she had commitments, family commitments that she needed to attend to. And she gave it a lot of thought, to family commitments. But she has very capable staff. And Crystal is very capable. She's a professional. She's a nurse. And, she has been with the Matawa Health Co-op since the beginning. So I have very, confidence that Crystal would be able to provide information as well as answer any questions in regards to the Matawa Health Co-op.
I understand that the staff are professional. They can do some of the work. But last week there was a meeting in Thunder Bay about the current problems we have now with NHIB or any other program in terms of what needs to be corrected, and also missing appointments because the Health Canada does not recognize Matawa Health Co-op for medical referrals. And we wanted to specifically ask some of those questions. The Yabmatang First Nation talked about it for the whole afternoon, how we're going to proceed with those. Now, that is why I'm not happy with it. I am concerned. I understand you, David Paul, that of course you will support your staff, but we're talking about the whole Matawa First Nation here. So I am not happy with it.
Well, if we could let Crystal speak to those concerns, like I said, she's a professional designated person, and she's the one that works directly with First Nations Inuit Health Branch on these issues.
Thank you very much. Before you ask any questions, introduce yourself and at the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. So the Matawa Health Cooperative was incorporated in 2017. It's First Nation-owned, controlled health cooperative that provides healthcare services to enhance. So we work to enhance the existing health services to achieve long-term and well-being for all members within our 9 First Nation communities. Recently, we worked with our board of directors and we did a 5-year strategic plan enhancing and kind of giving us direction on where we're going to be going in the next 5 years. And a lot of it was strengthening our partnerships. So it will answer your question about NIHB. We do have a meeting next week to discuss and to further be recognized as a health cooperative or as a health center in Thunder Bay. We have applied and did their application 3 times. So now we're really getting the ball rolling. So our vision we came up with is to work in harmony with Matawa First Nations people, families, and communities to be healthy and vibrant, to provide effective, community-driven, and culturally informed health services that enhances the wellness of our Matawa communities through an integrated approach to healthcare, supportive, responsive, compassionate, and collaborative healthcare that supports the unique members, Matawa community members. So we have our administration team at the office here in Thunder Bay. It works to support our team directly, overseeing our day-to-day operations, interprofessional healthcare team, staff. Team includes HR, finance. We have a fleet coordinator, travel administrators, and as most of you know, Matawa First Nations Management. They handle our finance and payroll and any larger human resource matters, as well as our IT support for the MHC staff. We have our health transformation team. They have been participating with NAN since 2017. A lot of consultation has been done with our strategic planning We are working with one of our First Nation communities to transfer over nursing services. What I've learned about health transformation is it's not a quick thing to do. So we are working with Airland First Nation currently to transfer over healthcare services. We have our physician services. If you guys we gave out these booklets. This is our plan. You can kind of follow along in here as well. So our physician services, the delivery of health services varies from community to community as well as their needs. So we work with our health partners, which includes our Geraldton District Hospital. We work with Sioux Lookout First Nations. We work with Hearst Hospital, Hearst Family Health Team. We work with Delico, just to ensure that our community-driven mandate is achieved, but also to kind of fill in those gaps of services for our First Nation members. So some of the care or some of the services that they provide, preventative care, so that's primary care. So some of our physicians oversee, they have their own client load and they focus on preventative care. Chronic disease management, they play a key role in the management of any chronic disease such as diabetes, asthma, or blood pressure. They do referrals for specialists, they coordinate with specialists, dermatologists. They also coordinate with our other healthcare providers in community, whether it's dental, wound care, diabetes. They also assist with medication management, and we have various walk-in clinics. We offer a few walk-in clinics in Thunder Bay. Sometimes when we travel out to community, we have various pop-up clinics where a physician is available. We have walk-in clinics at the Matawa Education and Care Center, so we oversee and we look after our students at the MEC. And we have walk-in clinics in the community of Ganugaming right now, and somewhat a little bit of Airland because we have our nurse in Airland that can provide the services. Our physicians do work to, I want to say, fill in the gaps for a lot of our members who are coming to Thunder Bay for health services from remote communities. So we get a lot of requests with our community physicians to assist if there's a member that has to come to Thunder Bay for dialysis or for some sort of medical treatment. So they do their best to assist the physician and the patients that come to Thunder Bay. Next is our clinical services. So this is just information about our clinic in Thunder Bay. But our clinic provides a variety of services, and you can find it on page 26, 27 in our report. Our clinic team is a traveling team. They travel to each First Nation community, and they do the best they can to provide diabetes education, wound care, foot care, food security and dietitian services. They try to go out bi-weekly. It is tough. Sometimes we have to change our plans due to accommodations. If anything, sometimes our communities are being seen, or our members are being seen virtually if that can't happen, if we can't travel out, or if our members can't travel in. We also, something unique about our clinical team is we work in I want to say pods, or we work in teams. So our physician, we have physician going to Martin Falls in a couple of weeks, and he's not just going to be going alone. He's going to be going with a public health nurse, with a clinical nurse, and possibly a foot care nurse. And when they're in community for about 3 or 4 days, they see at least 60 people, which is really good because a lot of we're trying to repair a lot of the relationships that were made with other health care providers. It's a very good team approach. We have a public health team. They also travel to our First Nation communities. We are fortunate, we're lucky to have a nurse in Ganugaming who also assists with other client needs. We also have a nurse in Airland. Sometimes we got to tell that nurse to slow down a bit. We call her a home care nurse, a clinical nurse, and there's a lot of needs in our communities, as well as our nurse that is out in Yamatung. She does a lot of support and help with some of the Indigenous ISC services because there's a shortage of nursing. So, but she does run vaccine programs and sees a lot of our young children. So that's our public health team. This is our unique program, our youth recreation program. They offer a variety of programming, physical, mental, and social well-being for Matawa youth. A variety of activities. One of the things that we're working on now for the community initiative is we're hiring youth recreation workers in communities now to work with our team. So if you look on our job board, you may see Airland is the first, and I'm actually here to discuss with Sharon and Tristan how we can support that role in Niskandiga as well. They are busy. They actually also travel with our team to the communities. We find our children are like sponges. When the communities find out Matawa's here, it's usually through the youth recreation workers, and then the parents will come in and see our staff. We have our mental health and wellness programs. We offer a variety of programs throughout the Matawa communities. Currently we have a full complement of staff, so you'll notice the regular traveling with our mental health workers in community. We also have two social workers in Thunder Bay to support those traveling to Thunder Bay for services. They aim to provide support and education to our members, children, adult, youth, elderly, and their families, support with anxiety, child and youth services, depression, harm reduction, managing grief and loss. They offer a wide variety of services, and they also work in partnership with the communities at various community requests. Our initiatives, so we talked earlier about Airland in the process of transferring its nursing services. We collaborate with Thunder Bay Regional. We have urologists who are providing prostate screening in two of our communities, which is Webequay and Airland. We continue partnership with St. Joe's for the delivery of lower limb preservation. So if we have Matawa members that go to St. Joe's for wound care services, they're directed to our clinic, and we see them, and there's more follow-up. We're working to incorporate our traditional healing midwifery program. So Constance Lake, you may have seen it come out on Monday or Friday. We now have a partnership with Constance Lake Health Center, and we are going to be offering a midwifery program in that community-run, community-driven. We are working with a group of people to assist us with that, but one of our goals was to start the engagement in community by the end of August, so you'll be seeing more of our staff coming up supporting that. We have funding for 2 roles, which is midwife and then a midwife administrative assistant. So working with the community has been wonderful because it's also identified that they need that admin support, and so this person is going to work in collaboration with Matawa and with Constance Lake. So similar to how our nurses who work in community run, that's how we achieve community driven. We also have our STOP program. So our team that travels, we offer smoking cessation programs to our members. We have our Screen for Life breast van that goes to our various Matawa members, our Matawa communities, and we promote them. And new coming to the health cooperative is a mobile clinic. So you'll be seeing that driving out to our road access communities. We do want to attempt to bring it to our northern communities. So Winter Road, we might have to work with a community member to help us navigate. So here is some of our highlights and successes, some of the programs that we run. So if you guys look at the top corner, one of our highlights and successes is working with the Matawa Education and Care Center. We have a clinic that runs in that school, Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, with 1 or 2 nurses depending, and a physician 1 day a week. And we provide primary care services and urgent care or walk-in clinic services to our youth. We're hoping September, October, we will now have a new clinic built in the MEC, thanks to our partnership. There's going to be 2 clinic rooms and 2 talk rooms, so that other services that are in the Matawa Education and Care Center can also use this clinic. It's for both mental health and health. So we're very proud of that. We onboarded our Dr. Rebecca Nekaway as a member of Yabmatung First Nation. She is our Chief Medical Officer. It's the first time an Indigenous CMO has been appointed. She's standing over there. Having Rebecca Thank you, Becky. Having Rebecca join our team has been wonderful. I feel like we're getting the ball rolling in a lot more areas with physician services, which is wonderful, especially the partnerships with the northern communities and with Geraldton Hospital that we're building. We completed our strategic planning session with our board, and now we have a clear path determined and our goals and objectives for the health cooperative, and which we're now also sharing with staff, because it's nice that they're kind of a part of that. Our team organized various events and hosted our annual diabetes awareness walk. We tried to do it in Thunder Bay and in some of our communities, so it was nice to see some of our communities participate. And we had a World AIDS Day event with our Matawa Education and Care Center in December. We have ongoing maintenance of Matawa Community Wellness Garden. So at the Training and Wellness Center, where we're going to be moving, there is a garden dome that was built there, and we just kind of took it upon ourselves for a project, and we've opened it up actually today, and we sent out the email to all Matawa members so people can go and see what we've done. We completed various policies, lots of things done thanks to Dr. Nekaway. Partnership and expansion of clinical services to the MEC, and we continue to do the Good Food Box program, which is very successful, and we're going to hopefully continue it to remote communities, but it's very costly. I think Matawa needs their own plane. Provide physician services to Ganugaming, so we offer 2 walk-in clinics a month. We're improving our physician services to Martin Falls First Nation. Like I said, we see a lot of relationships being built, so it's really nice to see our physician out in the community drumming at night with the men, or there's a lot of barriers coming down. And then we have our annual program calendar for services in communities, so anything that we do if we have time to do in Thunder Bay, we also offer it in communities. And so you'll notice some of our staff, if they're not seeing people, they may be running various programs. Here's our annual stats. So this is how many people we're seeing with primary care services, including diabetes, nutrition, foot care, all of those. And then health promotion and programs. So these are the programming that we offer all in community. And then our health transformation. Challenges, rapid growth and expansion of our health team. Lots of challenges. We're in different office locations, internet connectivity, things like that. We are going to be moving and set to move into the Training and Wellness Center in January, which is wonderful because we do a lot of work with the other departments that are in that building and partnerships. Inadequate, it's the same as in communities. They also express that they don't have workspace. We do our best. Would I hear one of our workers say when they're in community, their office is their vehicle? So we do our best to provide services still. Sometimes the weather will delay any travel. It's unfortunate. And then the funding discrepancies. So the health cooperative is made up of both provincial and federal funding. So it's really hard for salaries, wages with nurses, especially going into the north, because Indigenous Services Canada, they do pay their nurses a lot more than the health cooperative. Opportunities to continue create growth partnerships that will benefit the overall service delivery and goals to our members. We're doing ongoing evaluation of our programs and service deliveries to fill in those gaps of services and to assist where needed, especially with our health partners, and to establish a traditional healing program and look further into opportunities to incorporate traditional healing. And sometimes connectivity is an issue, so our technology, better health data management, but we all go through that. And thank you.
Thank you. That was a presentation done by Crystal Bell on Matawa Health Cooperative. Next presentation is Matawa Housing, presented by Paul McGiskin.
Oh. What is this, an image? Listen, oh, you have it in PDF format, sir? Yeah, go ahead. I don't know how to make that full screen. It's in PDF. Just hit the scroll it down.
Hello, everyone. I am the recently appointed Director of Housing for Matawa First Nations. Also, hello to my family in the corner from Airland. Glad you guys could make it. So, I will just, as instructed, move right along. So, we have currently developed and created a strategy for housing that starts in the city. As we move through properties and problems, one of the biggest things that we see is when somebody is connected to one of the Matawa services, their scope of service most often is attached to funding agreements that ends at that service. But a new service can start over then. Next, for instance, if a youth comes to us requiring education, and then when they're leaving there, they want to work for job skills, they need a smoother transition. Matawa First Nations Housing will work as an intersectoral collaborator in the sense of if you're residing with us, the goal of the program is one thing, improving your life and your living for yourself and your family. So, and we also want to make sure that we are attached to every single portion of the housing continuum. So everyone here has community members who have to move to an urban setting, whether it's for education, healthcare. There's always reasons that people are forced from their communities into an urban setting. We want to make sure that there are those who are working towards that is their choice, but to give them more power. We want to, here in Thunder Bay, 70% of the DSAB subsidies, the District Social Services Administration Board, so Ontario rent subsidies, anything like that, 70% of those subsidies are Matawa members. So we are working to absorb and have transfer from them to our ownership so that we are managing Matawa housing. And with that, a lot of the problems that happen are once you have somebody connected to this program is able to put out that fire. That fire is out, now what? We want to make sure that Matawa is able to stay connected to an individual throughout the entire spectrum of their life and to make sure that we're addressing any problems that they have right up until the financial portion of the end of home ownership and complete independence from social services. So from the very first fire to the very last, Matawa Housing will be ensured that we are connected to someone and ensuring that they are connected to the appropriate services. Matawa Housing will not be your social workers, we won't be your healthcare, but Matawa does have that. We will just ensure that you're attached to that. The only expectation is that you are working on yourself or that you have a goal that you're working on. Falling off of a program happens every day. But we need to make sure that we're giving the youth the chance to actually say, here's what I'm working on, I slipped, I fell, I need to reconnect, or maybe I need to leave school and focus on my mental health. That's fine. We'll keep you connected, we'll keep you moving along, and we'll keep you housed. We'll try to be a landlord that actually is invested in your future. So we'll have the units go from everything from deeply affordable to market rate. So that's just anyone who's paying for their own property, paying for their own rent, just because there are, and I know there is a massive amount of housing required for deeply affordable. There's also many community members who have already stabilized their life and are working. But the problem is that the difference between being on a subsidized house and paying your own rent, it's almost counterintuitive in the amounts that you get. So we want to make sure that you shouldn't be punished for trying to stabilize your own life. So here's the Training and Wellness Center. The red is Bertrand Court, the areas behind. This will be the first acquisition from the local DSAB into our care. There's 60 units back there, and then with the proposed building and we've already received some development money for the adjacent property to begin construction on more units. So with these units, the goal is that think of it in the simplest way to think of it is living with us for 5 to 8 years, we will have enough money for you to buy your own home. Now, the problem with this is that, and even when you're thinking of a windfall, for example, a community getting $100,000, let's say, could that person drastically change their life? Probably not. Not without sufficient credit built into a system that's not really probably going to wait for us to catch up to it. So we need to kind of fit in, how can we help someone fit into a traditional mortgage to get their own house? We need to be more focused on planting the seeds for growth that most of us in this room will see the benefit of. But the children in this room will be able to ask us, what's the plan for my kids? And we will have an answer for them. That's just more of what I was just saying. So we have joined the City of Thunder Bay's Mayor's Housing Accelerator Force to ensure that we are at the table to make sure that housing development is incorporating us into the numbers. Unfortunately, I can't promise that I can deliver housing to communities at growth rates beyond what currently exists. I can certainly try my best to assist that process, but everyone here knows that there are many bottlenecks in the system that we can't really get around. And so some of the highlights and successes of this year is that we have been successful in getting the money for a shelter in Thunder Bay, which as of this morning, I've been informed they've started clearing the trees for, so happy for that. We're looking at a 2026 construction date. So my current challenges are that Matawa needs to update a few of the back-end documents, including our not-profit corporation to get up to date with the Ontario Non-Profit Corporations Act. It's nothing that really is required much of a bunch of legal meetings and nothing really too much there. I also want to ensure that going forward, Matawa Housing is always incorporating the communities into the discussions and the planning process to make sure that we all navigate different funding agreements and we all have a specific scope. I want to make sure I'm not stepping on any toes, or perhaps I can bring some assistance to your own applications to expand that process. Also, there are many benefits to coordinated efforts. Closing the loop, so to speak, on if a program would benefit from expanded housing or from expanded services. Let's connect and make sure that we're making those connections correctly and as quickly as possible. Again, I don't want to be taking from any of the communities away. And with that being said, the one big request I have is for the establishment of a new for-profit housing division. I know you'll hear for-profit and think immediately we will turn some money on this, and the answer is we won't, but our children will, and that needs to be the focus. We need to start building forward for them. There's a lot of us in the room that I can't help, but we can create programming that will help to ensure that our children and their children will be able to ask us, where am I going to live? And for us to give them that power to tell us where they want to live. And, yeah. So also, the Matawa First Nations Housing, this is actually my first AGM. So as we also noticed at the beginning, that was our tentative name. Pending no one has any disputes with me continuing on this work, then I would like to formalize that and take that on and to find a formal name for the program to move forward from. And yeah, thank you. I'll try to get it through as quick as possible. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Paul Nigiskin. That was a presentation on Matawa Housing. The next presentation is done by Rob Wesley on information technology.
Good afternoon. I'm Rob Wesley, Manager of IT Services. I'll just give you a brief overview of our department. For the longest time, it was myself working, as the sole person within our department. We've since grown to 4 people. And I'll start off with what I have done within the last year. Cybersecurity has been a concern for myself and for our data at Matawa First Nations. So I, with David Paul's blessing, I took a course with the University of Toronto in cybersecurity, learning how to hack, and it was a lot of fun doing that stuff. And it's crazy how easy it happens to anybody, anywhere. And I guess part of that was you learn how to hack to stop the hackers. But I say all this, but I still fear that it could happen to Matawa at any time, and it really can. So I guess with that, I did my training. I implemented some new changes within Matawa to better protect our networks, our data, our information. Hoping to get more staff within our department to look into the training for cybersecurity, have them and myself work together in protecting Matawa and their data, their networks, because the hacking could be happening from a laptop, from a phone, from a lot of ways that they can get into our devices and networks. And so that's something moving forward. I've also taken, there's another aspect to it where as an IT person, you become certified through self-study. You go and read a test, you pass or fail. Some of these tests are, they're endorsed by, places, large organizations, US military, that kind of thing. So I'm trying to get our IT people to all get certified in certain areas. So that's one aspect that we're all working on together. I recently passed one of those tests, became certified in Security Plus, so that's one thing. So to get our guys to do their type of training and then build up over time, like I'm starting to, I guess I'll say. So with that, it's really been interesting, a lot of fun, and but I'll get back to our IT services department. We've had more responsibilities, I'll say, with our new building that we have, the Training and Wellness Center. The security aspects of it, we pretty much took on. And it's been interesting in that respect. So security, I'm talking about, security guards and security cameras, security at the doors. So it used to be that you can walk into Matawa and walk anywhere in the building, untouched and that kind of thing. That's pretty much stopped. You can only go one place, check in and try to get access to the place, another place in the building. So that's something that you'll see when you go to the Training and Wellness Center. We have implemented multiple security. Robin can attest to that. She's worked with Stefano Fata on many aspects. Chris Harrington and Tom Parody are the other 2 IT people with us. And again, they've been handling the day-to-day stuff. They're going to do more training. So, short enough. I'm not using the PowerPoint. It's not used. I'm trying to think what else I'm missing here. Quickly go through that. Rapid links. So also with the IT services team, we are also going to be working towards becoming, I guess, I won't say experts, but we're going to build up to becoming experts in providing support for our Rapid Links network. And that's oncoming, and that's, it requires, more training from our 3 guys that we have, 4 guys that we have together. And that's going to happen over the next, 1 to 5 years, 4 years, I'll say, where we do continuous training, learning how to operate a network operations center, and ensuring that the fiber optic network that we have in the next year or two or sooner is fully operational 24/7. That's the goal, but sometimes things happen, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Rob Wesley. Presentation on information technology. Next up is Francine Pillarin on health and social minopimatizuan.
Do I do it my own switching? Bonjour. Bonjour, kakinoy humanike gabe kagini kwana biek ni menedangeni humanike gabe dakusnan. Ego manike genin ganjis bendagosian nishkandaga First Nation. Mi question na kono kichaka gemstiot kakse bosnike tashiaga gimatwahi geot. My presentation this morning, or today, this afternoon, actually, should be found in your binders. Health and Social Medicine. That is our department name. There's 8 of us staff in there, plus the crisis response teams, the response teams that we have, plus their crisis workers, and also the traditional specialists that we call upon every now and then when there is a crisis. So we do have a list of 25 people on there. So with the health and social medicine, our priorities is to strengthen, enhance, and promote health and well-being for Matawa First Nation community, support community-based programs, support capacity building, and also continue to build relationships and partners. Manage and administer, coordinate, and implement health and social programs. We have several programs within the department. And most of the time our workers do provide like advisory, advocacy, and technical support. And we do provide very limited direct supports for social crisis and or emergencies. You can't really see this very well. It's a brochure or card rack of our information, different core programs that we have. There's a list of the core programs. Community health coordination, we work with the First Nation community. Crisis intervention coordination, mental wellness teams, and crisis support. That's different from the co-op. It's not the same as co-op. Co-op provides ongoing counseling services. Our team only responds when there is a crisis in the community. We will send our team into a community to support, and it's our priority is in the community, but we will answer or take calls if something does happen in Thunder Bay, for instance. The NANHOPE also provides that response. Mainly, we we work well to get to respond, and sometimes they will respond to the people that are in the city. We also have Navigator program. I have 2 staff there. We have social emergency, approaches to community well-being, transitional housing and support program. Again, that's different from Paul McGiskin's program. Ours don't really deal with housing. That's kind of just a program name from the government. It's actually a program for women and children who experience violence in their homes. Victim services, traditional healing, that's the same one I call traditional specialist because personally I don't really use traditional healing. That came from the funder. That's the funding that we get from ISC. And we do have very small amount of funds there that we combine it with our other programs, and we support with them anything that goes on in the communities for that program. Anti-racism, that one just finished it was just short term, 3-year funded program. It ended as of March 31st. So other short-term, for example, are the first responder training program. We were able to access some funds for that to be able to run training sessions in the community, and that has been done in the past year. We've had first response in 4 of the remote communities, and I believe the next one will be in Ginugaming, and then other road accessible communities. We also have a project under the health transformation through NAN funding. So with that program, we don't really have much money in there either. We were able to complete a case management tool that the First Nations are able to use. But again, we're still working to try and find resources to continue with that training program. And then we also have the gender-based violence funds. Again, it's just a short-term, very small amount of funds there that we support people, individuals who experience violence. Highlights and successes. I think, with the programs that we have, we carried them for some of them for, over 10 years, 15 years. And these are continued to be funded on an annual basis. And also with the working with the First Nations, one of the First Nations that we worked with, for example, was a community that wanted their frontline workers for debriefing, so we brought them out to Thunder Bay. We covered some of the costs, they covered their own, and we were able to have a 3-day debriefing session. So, and we did have more requests for that, and so hopefully we will be doing more of that. And also supporting community training, workshops, and gatherings. Many of the First Nations within our area, all of the 9 First Nations, coordinated locally in the community some type of workshop, and we were able to support through our programs to provide some whatever assistance that we can get, either a presenter or a staff person to go in. Again, it's for example, the Advanced Wilderness First Aid Training was one of them. The First Nation Crisis Response, I guess, one of the highlights is that when we know that the First Nations are in crisis, and they call us, one of the workers, either myself or any of the other staff. I have 3 main people in the staff who are connected, so we can respond very quickly as possible. So when we respond, when we have the team in there, I'm not sure how many months I want to say for the whole year, or maybe even a few months. I didn't get the proper stats, but the number of encounters was like 5,000. 5,000 people that were seen during crisis, whether they're from the north or living in a city. And then also just last week, actually, before this write-up, I listed under the highlights and successes because we were planning to have an IHB forum, and it just happened last week, so I didn't have time to get the notes. And with that one, we couldn't really get the resources to be able to fund the First Nations, or if they were interested in coming to this meeting. We had invited the regional office team, the NIHB people from Ottawa, and the lady I was talking to said she would come. And then there were several other staff that were attending from NIHB, ISC NIHB. And part of that was for all of us to get together and discuss the issues that were happening with the NIHB. There's a lot of issues, I'm sure everybody knows, since the Wequetting Lodge had shut down their, I guess, overflows. So we've been helping quite a bit with the clients coming in. And we wanted to work together with all the other agencies because there are multiple providers within the NIHB, like the hospital deals with them, Chiefs of Ontario office, Zulikout has NIHB coordinator. So we all wanted to get together and talk about these issues. Why is this happening? What's going on? And how can we improve the system? So the next step for that is to have another gathering, and hopefully that we can find some resolution, or I guess solving the situation. I don't know if it can be solved. Part of that is the lack of money and resources that are coming for NIHB. And we didn't prepare any notes for this yet because somebody right now is working on them. And with the next meeting, we hope that we will have more people attend from our First Nation, and hopefully that the new NIHB director will be in attendance, or at least come to say hello, because that day we had our meeting with NIHB, the new NIHB director had just been hired, so he was making a tour and making appearance at his offices, I guess, in Zulikout and also in Thunder Bay. Could have dropped in on us, I guess. But anyway, there are really big issues with NIHB. Challenges, we continue to have human resources challenges, especially with accessing our mental wellness team. Because there are multiple agencies that provide the mental wellness teams, we often find ourselves, I guess our people will be hired by, the other tribal councils, and they get paid more kind of thing, so we're just competing for personnel and resources to pay for the services. Another challenge that we see is the system coordination and communication. Because the way the funding is set up within the health system, like we get funded, for certain project, and then, there's also funding for a different organization that kind of does the same thing. So, and then we don't get, I guess, the coordination part of it is sometimes lost or challenged. Inadequate and inappropriate allocation of funding, that's another area. Not enough resources for the programs or the projects, especially in the communities. For instance, like the NIHB funding, for the 2 positions that I have, there's only enough there to pay for people that I do have, and there's no travel dollars or other stuff in it. Crisis, same thing. The other area, I think somebody else already mentioned, infrastructure needs in the community. Oftentimes, there's no housing for the staff to stay at. We have to really work together to coordinate who's going into the communities. The other area, we called it unmet needs within the social determinants of health. I guess this has been ongoing. Within the social area, there has not been enough resources to be able to provide our people with a proper wellness or proper funding to be able to deal with their own wellness, like treatment, healing, or whatever you want to call it. Ongoing social healing and wellness, same thing with that one, especially in the area of mental health and drugs and other addictions. Cultural barriers, so one of the areas that we tend to see also is with, people that I guess lack the understanding. I'm glad to hear that there are other programs that are combining most of their work with the cultural education programming. That is very important, and glad to see that the language is being worked on. Somebody's got that language program going, which is very good to hear. And the other part of it is training for everybody, not just the frontline workers, but everybody, including our staff. And me too, guys. That's saying it all in one breath. Now I can breathe. Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Francine. The next presentation, we have Patrick Chichu on the presentation on quality assurance.
Wajeh, bonjour. Patrick Chichu Dijnagazo. Patrick Chichu Nidijnagas. Constance Lake Nidunchi. I'm here to talk about quality assurance. And I'll begin with, I've been working since early this year, going through the status of quality management at the Matawa First Nations, and then revisiting some of the core statements, including defining what is quality management, what is Matawa First Nations quality management system. And so far, the clearest I can define it is on the slide. It's Matawa First Nation Management's quality management system is a board of directors mandated administrative system of processes, governance, and documentation that ensures continual improvement and exceptional program and service delivery for you, the Matawa First Nation member communities and your community members, while remaining in compliance with regulatory, legislative requirements, and external stakeholder expectations. So there's a lot there. Primarily, quality management system at Matawa is a promise and an effort to provide the best quality services for the community members and the member communities. And then the other stuff is kind of like recognizing that there are external stakeholders that Matawa deals with, like government, vendors, regulatory bodies, and so on. So that's what quality management system is in a nutshell. So I was the, I've just returned to Matawa First Nations, and prior to or between 2010 and 2015, I was the lead on the quality assurance, quality management as the quality assurance coordinator. I'm returning as a quality assurance project officer, and my focus mainly is in two areas. One being to re-register our quality management system under ISO 9001. Hang on, I gotta grab my water. Sorry about that. So the first objective was to re-register. We did lose our registration, and the irony of it is, quality assurance or quality management, part of it is succession planning, and that was part of the challenge that resulted in losing our registration. But I want to note that Matawa successfully audited the quality management system under ISO 9001 for the whole period of 2012 when it was registered up until this last audit in 2021. And I'm optimistic that we'll get re-registered by the early 2025. The second objective for me is to establish a digital hub or digital platform for quality assurance throughout Matawa. And I've been making good progress with the help of the Four Rivers Environmental Group. They have a technician there that's good at a digital platform that he's using. It's meant for something else, but it's going to also be very useful for quality management throughout Matawa. So this is, it's actually one of the highlights so far, even though we're just getting started. It's actually going to be a digital hub that'll create a platform where you need all the checks and balances for everything to work correctly as you're going through quality assurance. And if you can do that digitally, you could program activities so that it meets all the criteria that ISO 9001 would require. And so an example is there's a principle of continual improvement is part of ISO 9001. And if you put in what's called a logbook entry, so someone submits a logbook entry digitally, then it goes to the person that's going to be reviewing it and assign people to take action, and then also have alarms and deadlines, and then you always move that action item forward digitally until it's resolved. And so that's just a quick example of what a hub, and then the hub is also easy access to all the information you need. It's very quick definitions of everything I'm working on. Succession planning is a challenge, or was a big challenge for the department. And part of, I actually have, I said I have two objectives. I actually have three. The third being providing a strategic outlook for quality assurance or quality management at Matawa. And my intent is to paint a picture on what quality assurance could be for Matawa for the next 5 years. And then it actually answers the second challenge, which was there was a loss of internal communication as to the status of quality assurance throughout the organization and reestablishing that. And then, again, ensuring there's work instructions or succession planning in place so that it doesn't happen again. Opportunities is, this is actually, coming back and having fresh eyes on everything that we've documented with the quality assurance is an opportunity for myself to work with all the departments and enhancing everything that was put in place back in 2012, and then bringing it forward 10 years and recognizing there's opportunities for improvement throughout the quality management system. And while we're doing that, it'll be in preparation for our re-registration in 2025. So that goes for departments. They're going to go through an exercise of pre-audit checklists and other checklists that help them with their quality management system. During that process, it's an opportunity to update some of the documentation they have in place. It might be policy, might be work instructions, and so on. And then the opportunity of providing a strategic outlook for quality assurance for the organization, which has grown significantly from the time I left to now, which was less than 10 years. It went from 65 employees to 650. And so the opportunity exists that, how do we improve upon the quality management system, the Department of the Quality Assurance. And then the strategic outlook will just touch on what does quality management mean for the member communities. It could be that down the line, a member community is interested in building their quality management system first, and then eventually saying, you know what, we're ready to qualify for ISO 9001, and we want to be registered. So these are long-term outlooks for quality assurance at Matawa. And I wanted to make one point. About quality management. The quality management system is Matawa's and Matawa's alone. It's a board mandated management system, and Matawa voluntarily registers the Matawa the quality management system with the ISO 9001. And ISO 9001 is an international standard for quality management, and it has accredited companies that audit other companies and certify their system. So the two are they're related, but they're not the same. Quality management system is Matawa's promise to the member communities for quality of service. And then the ISO 9001, it's an international standard, but it also global governments, global companies, global industry recognize ISO 9001, and as soon as they see that we're registered, there's a level of confidence that they'll get with building partnerships with Matawa First Nations. So with that, miigwech, and if you have any questions, I'm here during the AGM, but also here's my contact information. Miigwech.
Thank you, Patrick Chichu. Next presentation, we have Rapid Links, presented by Wayne Slipperjack and Sherry McCullough. Sorry, just Wayne Slipperjack.
Bonjour. Bonjour. My name is Wayne Slipperjack. I'm from Amatug First Nation. I am Rapid Links, the general manager, and I'll be doing this presentation to the chiefs and delegates. Sherry McCullough was not able to make it this week due to health issues back home. And I do have Dave, I don't know how to pronounce his last name there, from Clear Cable. He'll be doing a little presentation on Clear Cable and Rapid Links. But okay. How do I go to the next slide? Oh, this one here. But anyway, so the program description for Rapid Links is to provide broadband to the communities that we represent, which is the Matawa First Nations communities. Broadband working group was established with representatives from each of the communities back in 2013. Facilitated creation of Rapid Links, not a for-profit corporation formed to oversee the effort and to own, govern, and operate Rapid Links after MFNM has completed deployment and operation startup as required by ISED, Ontario, MNDM, MNRF. So I am the current general manager for Rapid Links. Gina Dorr was scheduled to come up with the Rapid Links as well, but due to some issues that health issues as well, so that she decided to cancel her trip up here. But I am also assisted by Rob Wesley from IT Services and Tom Parody, part of the IT team as well. Program initiatives: build Rapid Links fiber optic backbone to all 9 Matawa First Nation communities and light the network for service. Phase 1, March 2025. Phase 2, December 2025. Construction from Aroland to Ginogaming and Long Lake 58 is prioritized in 2024 because Ginogaming is the upstream internet interconnection point for all 9 communities. What that means is that because we have an agreement with Rogers that they do have a building in Long Lac, and from that building in Long Lac, they will be building their fiber cable to Ginogaming, which we have a shelter in Ginogaming, and from there, that's where the services will come from, going through to all the remaining communities. Phase 1, 69% is complete. Aerial contractor, Moncrief Construction, secured. 11 kilometers pole line construction underway in Nishkanaga. I believe you guys saw that pole lines there that's on one side of the road. There's nothing there right now, but eventually there will be guide wires and cable lines put on those poles. With 22 kilometers pole line construction soon to begin in Fort Hope. That will be starting soon in next couple of weeks. Buried contract award close to being finalized. There is a buried contractor that was in negotiations that I believe that may be close to being completed. Sherry could have answered that. She's, like I said, she was unable to make it. 7 of the 9 shelters in place with security fence installed. 2 remaining shelters are built and staged at KPE's warehouse. Those 2 buildings are for Long Lake 58 and Constance Lake First Nation. Power to shelters, 4 or 5 remote community shelters are powered. Webequay is scheduled for July 8, which may have been done already. Aroland near completion. We're still waiting for confirmation that power is there at the building. And Ginogaming and Hydro 1's queue to be scheduled. I believe that is completed as well. Electronic community equipment for all 9 shelters received and staged in Thunder Bay. We have all the equipment that we need to for the internet. They are all placed in the what do you call that storage unit in Thunder Bay. So we have all the equipment, and like I said, once we get Ginogaming, once Rogers is complete in Ginogaming, we will be slowly deploying our equipment as each community gets completed as we go. Highlights and successes, phase 2 consultations are, I want to say complete, but I think we still need to talk with a few more, what do you call that, trappers, land users in some areas. To phase 2, section 2A work to begin summer 2024 pending. So all this is the phase 2. There's still much work to be done on our side to make sure that we're looking at everything that could slow us down, and hopefully that we will come to a final route. Or I know that we kind of just ran into that lake in Aeroland there. So we have been identifying some areas that we should be avoiding. So again, we will be working with the communities and identifying these places. So we're almost complete with the what do you call that, consultation phase. Receiving good cooperation from MTO and Thunder Bay office regarding phase routes along Highway 584 and Highway 11. Solution obtained on behalf of Rogers to complete local build from Long Lac to Ginogaming. That's the one I just finished talking about. So here's some of the pictures that we were able to get from the construction crew or our what do you call those inspectors that are out in the field. That's one of the, I believe, is a tent. There's a helicopter there, and then I think this is in Niskandiga, just the third picture. Pole line, and then, of course, we were invited to attend Rogers facilities in Toronto. So there we are, which was, we had a tour of the building, which was fun. We got to be the sports broadcasters, right there, Rob. And then, of course, we attended the PDAC just to see who's, to see how we would go about working with the mining industry. And then the 2 pictures on the right side is one we were in member 2. Was in two discussion panels. The first one was the reason why I was there. The second one was kind of just tossed at me and said, "You got to go up there." So, and Rob McCann and I went up there because what they wanted to know is how is it working with a Anishinaabe company and a white man's company. So Rob and I decided to go up there and tackle this. So we had our say in what we'd done to get where we are today, which was very good, by the way. The challenges that we faced over the past years, shorter winter road seasons. As you all know, that winter road is not a guarantee anymore. We do have another issue there too, Sanford Lake lease area along Anaconda Road. There's been no replies from the lease holders, as far as we know, and then we're trying to find other avenues and how can we go about this with assistance from MNR and MTO, because this Anaconda Road is, I think they're straightening out some areas, cutting out corners and that. So possible conflict on clearing contractors, that's Oakwood Forest Management at this date has not named a new general manager. I believe they have named one temporary in the last couple weeks, so we'll just put that on hold for now. But compressed construction timeline with both aerial and buried work performed in parallel. So the Anaconda Road, the build from Aeroland to the far north border is going to be both aerial and buried cable. So, and we're going to hopefully get both companies to work together as you know, one buried goes this way and one aerial goes this way, and eventually meet up and hook on together there. Dry seasons, risk of forest fires causing delays. As you all know, we all experience this every year, is that it doesn't matter where we are, what happens, there will always be a forest fire somewhere. And as long as we know where we're putting our cable, our fiber, and let the our fire marshal know in Matawa, he's able to say, okay, this fire is close to your cable line. So he'll let us know as time goes. Unforeseen complications surfacing with regards to ROWs and easements. So that issue, I believe, is somewhat resolved. I know we had one there in Ginogaming, so we're going ahead. Okay, and we do have a board of directors for Rapid Links. Aeroland First Nation is represented by Sam Kaskish. Constance Lake just recently changed their board member to Kevin Proctor. Abmatung First Nation is Donald Mustegi-Izik. Ginogaming First Nation is Henry Wabus. Long Lake First Nation is vacant at this point. Martin Falls First Nation is Robert Munoz. Niskananga First Nation is Edward Munoz. He was buzzing around here a while ago. Nunavik First Nation is Matthew Sophia. And Webekwe First Nation is James Shiranakweb. And, okay, all nine, I think this was, all 9 Matawa First Nation communities will have abundant and affordable internet service or advanced fiber optic cable valued at over 132 million at completion. So phase 1 and phase 2, I think was 68 million for phase 1 and 60 something million for phase 2. So combine them together, they come out to 132 million. So education, healthcare, public safety, economic development will be transformed by access to high capacity, reliable, affordable access to advanced, advanced fiber optic internet connectivity. Opportunities for direct employment will increase during construction for phase 2. Communities will benefit indirectly by providing support service and resources such as accommodations, fuel, meals, cleaning, waste management, and other camp services to the construction and inspection teams throughout the life of the project. Future opportunities for direct employment on this project include brush cutting and clearing, technical and operational support services when the network is active. Matawa First Nations will own, govern, operate, and own the only long-haul fiber optic network in Ontario's far north. And we will interconnect their network to the global internet backbone at one of the largest connection points in Canada at Toronto. Ownership and interconnection to the global internet backbone will ensure that the Matawa First Nations will control their own digital future. Okay, that's it for our presentation here. But I do have Dave from Clear Cable. He's going to do a little presentation on who they are. As most of you don't know or may know, that we have sent out an RFP a few years ago for a network partner. that will guide us and be there for us for the next 5 years as we grow Rapid Links and to operate our own network. So as part of the agreement to get the funding in place, we needed to get a network partner, an established network partner to teach us all this. So here's Dave. He'll continue his presentation.
Thank you, Wayne. Chiefs, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time this afternoon. I'll endeavor to make this brief. I will be restating a few points that Wayne went over and a few principles, goals, commitments that we're making for this project. First, I'd like to start with a video statement from our founder, Rob. 1 second, I'm going to put it on the TVs.
Greetings, chiefs of the Matawa First Nations, and thank you for this time on your agenda today. My name is Rob McCann, and I lead Clear Cable, your technology partner in the Rapid Links network. We're grateful for the opportunity to work with you. I'm disappointed that I couldn't be there today, but my colleague Dave is here to reaffirm our commitment to building a meaningful relationship and working with the members of your community and the team at Rapid Links. He's going to describe the current status of the project, the next steps, and the things that we're doing to build joint success. Thank you again, and I look forward to meeting you in person at a future time.
All right, let me jump right into this. So to brief everyone, who is Clear Cable? I should say first myself, I'm Dave Jelowicka. I'm Vice President of Business Development, Sales Operations at Clear Cable. And Clear Cable is an expert technology team founded on dedication to innovation, reliability, and integrity. Our objective is building better broadband for communities of all sizes, and we do that for dozens of service providers throughout North America and the Caribbean. We have many customers, some of whom you guys may know in Ontario, throughout Canada, the United States, and the Caribbean. We provide expertise in broadband consulting, deployments, back office integration, and our products are sometimes described as an ISP in a box. So we bring a complete set of solutions to bring an ISP online. We are an operating entity of Rogers Communications, and we're dedicated by that business to help remote and rural ISPs be successful. As part of that, we follow Rogers Indigenous collaboration principles. So we make an effort to understand our role, make clear commitments, center leadership with the communities, understand the community's priorities, and provide Indigenous and culturally appropriate services. We also celebrate and advocate for Indigenous histories and cultures. Some more notes on our approach to collaboration. We pursue meaningful consultation. We're interested in ensuring that the projects equate to economic development. And another key pillar is education and training. Our objective is to provide training and resources to individuals in the communities in support of Rapid Links' job efforts, activities, and goals. We're also 100% committed to Rapid Links guiding principles, including ownership and governance of Rapid Links by the Matawa First Nations. Our goal is to provide abundant, reliable, and affordable high-speed broadband service to all the connected nations, and to provide quality jobs to these nations through the people of the nations and the training and skills that we can provide. And we'll also bring broadband-enabled access to the education, healthcare, and various sectors in the communities, in addition to the residences. And we hope that this will enable a transformation of economic development and opportunities for the connected nations. Some notes on the plan, which Wayne has already outlined a little bit. Stage 1 is building and construction, getting all the equipment in place physically, including those shelters. Stage 2 is the ISP implementation. This is where we importantly come in, bringing electronics and equipment to the communities, configuring it and turning it on, and connecting between Rogers Communications and Ganoogaming to bring internet from Toronto all the way up to Ganoogaming, and thus into the network ring of all the communities. And then in stage 3, we're seeking to bring fiber to the home, designs and construction, and we're looking to get this started promptly so that we can get communities connected in the coming months. Some notes on the network equipment, and I'm happy to talk more details with this on this topic with anyone later if you'd like to come see me in the evening. But just please understand that this equipment is carrier-grade equipment. This is what would be purchased by large operators in Southern Ontario. This is what Bell and Rogers and TELUS all use in their networks. Sienna transport gear and Juniper core network switching and routing equipment. The design is multi-home. That means that we have redundant, or the opportunity for redundant paths to the internet and between the sites. We're connecting to 151 Front Street, like Wayne said, the largest carrier hotel in Canada and Canada's gateway to the internet. We'll be able to peer there with Torex. And then for the actual fiber to the premises, we're using the latest XGS PON, that's symmetrical 10 gig PON fiber networking, so that will allow for up to 10 gig services to premises in the community. And the systems will support IPv4 and IPv6, and we have the opportunity to bring public, or what we would call municipal, Wi-Fi services to the communities so that you can walk down the street and still remain connected to the internet. Importantly, we're going to be offering internet only to start, but there is opportunity to add television, phone services, and other services later. And we will have offerings for advanced business services. So this would be services that allow for connecting telecommunications, mining, retail, or other various industries back to their networks through Rapid Links network. There's a network overview here on the screen. It's difficult to see because it's relatively small, but this shows the ring or loop architecture between all 9 communities and the dual redundant equipment in each community. Each community has the same type of equipment, the same type of services, and access to redundancy. If you'd like to go over this in more detail, I'm happy to later and zoom in on specific communities. Points of presence, or POPs. So these are the actual physical locations where the equipment will be placed. So there's a primary POP in Ganoogaming because that is the gateway for the ring connecting back to Toronto, and then secondary POPs in Nibinamik, and transport links for alternative carriers available from there or by way of splices. These sites are all Rapid Links owned and allow for aggregation of the network and also access out to the community from those points. And then each of the other communities has their own points of presence, and you guys will have a point of presence rented in 151 Front Street through CoLogic. So that's a co-location rental. Basically, you'll have your own slot in 151 Front Street, and that will allow you access to the internet. So equipment's been received already. The optical long haul equipment is already received in Thunder Bay. Some components of the network equipment are in Thunder Bay, as Wayne said. The Juniper MX204 routers are stored in our office because they're going to be deployed in Toronto, and our office is in Dundas, about an hour drive from Toronto, so it's more efficient to keep them there. We'll also be doing service application and management through the Dell servers that we're providing and the software that Clear Cable develops, and those are ready for deployment now. We've done pre-configuration and setup for all this. We've pre-planned agreements for the co-location, for IP addressing, and all these proposed network designs. Upcoming work will be assisting with onboarding staff in Rapid Links to fill the various roles, including technicians and support staff. We'll be providing training to them. We'll be providing flowcharts and market information for the services that are going to be offered and delivered over the Rapid Links network, and we'll be coordinating the various trainings and professional services from the other vendors to the Rapid Links vendors. And to follow into that, there's several stages of vendor training coming along here, including training from Sienna and Juniper and training from Clear Cable. These will all be delivered to Rapid Links staff or Rapid Links IT staff, such as Wayne and Rob's teams. Just to reiterate, our operational role is to be a secondary level of support for the Rapid Links staff and to handle ongoing implementation and maintenance over day to day. This is planned for a 5-year contract, so we will be supporting the Rapid Links team for that time and delivering training and planning to enable them to operate independently if they'd like to at the end of that term. Some next steps: we need to finalize the fiber to the premises designs and order equipment for that stage. We need to finalize marketing and sales, basically information offerings on the services that are going to be provided. We need to finalize on billing, how we're going to bill or address subscribers, and we need to finalize on staffing and finish developing some policies and procedures and actually finish network implementation. So that's what I have for you guys today. In the interest of time, maybe hold questions, but I'm happy to discuss technically. I'll be here tonight and tomorrow morning. Thank you again very much. Merci. Magwitch.
Okay. I'd just like to let everybody know too that we are a nonprofit, for-profit, but break-even company, just to make enough to survive and to provide our people the best services, and on the low, as low as we can go. But we do have other potential, revenue avenues as well, with Hearst, town of Hearst being one of them that's interested in connecting with our Rapid Links network. And there are other communities as well that are interested, such as Wannaman Lake and Casablanca. But, these are long-term things that we can look into. But we do have a lot of interest out there that they want to connect with the Rapid Links network. But I do have two more things here I wanted to say. But I see that Chief Munoz has left the building. But I see David Paul is here. But I do have a gift for them from Rapid Links, from both Gina and I. Had this made out for David Paul, a gift from Rapid Links. And like I said, I want to give one to our community that's hosting, Chief Chris Munoz. Where are you? Yeah. But anyway, I do have, yeah, I could give them later. But this is what it looks like. And I had this made by one of my daughters there. She kind of did it last minute for me there, and she did a very good job on it. He's coming. There he is. Bijan, welcome back on. Okay. Right here. Bonjour, Chris,
Yeah.
Chief Munoz.
Thank you.
Gift from Rapid Links from both Gina and I.
Yeah.
For representing our what do you call? I'm lost for words here. Hosting this AGM
You know what I
today.
mean.
Yeah. Migach and
Migach, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Wayne and Dave, on the presentation on Rapid Links. We have a quick presentation with Severio Rizzo. And right after that, we do have a resolution on the agenda. And Severio Rizzo is doing a presentation on technical services.
Rob.
Use up and down arrow.
Up and down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chief Bruce?
Hello. I would like to respectfully call for a break. Just to, I need to get
We'll
some
break and
blood.
we'll break after his presentation, if it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I will be quick. I was told I only have a few minutes instead of my hour that I was going to take. Nice to see everyone. Thank you to Niskandaga for hosting. My name is Severio Rizzo with Matawa Tech Services. I'm the manager of technical services, for those that don't know me. I'll start off with some of the services that we provide within the department, and then I'll touch on some of the projects that we've worked on this year, but I'll just skim through them. I don't have enough time to go through everything. We do have all of this information in the annual report that's in the binder. So for capital projects and housing, there's project management, capital projects and housing applications, project reporting, some operation maintenance reporting, project advisory, building inspections, working with consultants on conceptual drawings and project teams as well. For NEB, hub services, water and wastewater, operator support, remote monitoring, training, preventative maintenance, environmental public health. We have two environmental health officers. They do water and wastewater sampling and reporting, soil testing, housing inspections, safe food handling, dog bite investigations, etc. For emergency management, fire, emergency management coordination, fire smart planning, emergency declarations, emergency responsive planning, fire investigations, hazardous risk assessments, 911 service planning, and community wildfire protection plans. So I'll start off with a few pictures. So I'll go through all the communities here, but I'll limit myself to what I discuss just for the to keep things on time here. So for Arrowland here, picture one, there's a capital planning study community meeting, and then as well there's a concept drawing of the main entrance for the Elders Lodge, as well as a floor plan in the bottom left. And on the right side there was a new turbidity meter installed at the water treatment plant. So here's a list of a lot of the projects, but not everything. I discussed a few of them. Another one that is important to the community right now that they got approved was the Housing Accelerator Fund. So that's in the early stages. So I will keep going just to again, just so that we are on time with things. So here's Constance Lake. There's the top picture is the new lagoon project that's currently happening in the community. And the picture on the bottom left is a is a picture from the water treatment plant and the a new house from their ISK immediate needs project in the bottom right. So here's a few of the projects as well, and they're all listed in the report, similar to the ones from Arrowland as well. So for Yabmatang, the top picture there is from a wildland bushfire truck, which is part of a pilot project that was delivered to the community on the last winter road. Top right is a C-18 alternator for the power plant that was brought in by helicopter last year. The bottom left is the temporary school building that is currently under construction. Started in April. And the bottom right is a wall that was from the water treatment plant. It was replaced after the state of emergency last year in the community. So here are the few of the projects that are listed as well. Next one is Ganugamin. This was some renovations that were done in the community. So the first picture is just a kitchen renovation. There's a furnace renovation and also a new bathroom renovation. So there's a number of projects associated with Ganugamin here as well. For Long Lake 58, there was a new fourplex, or a couple of new fourplexes that were built through CMHC RHI. So there's pictures on the top left and when completed, and the top right when it was under construction. And the bottom left is an interior shot of one of the units. And the fourth picture there in the bottom right was from the community housing session. Here is a list of some of the projects there. And I mean, again, all the projects aren't listed. I just put a few of them on a slide to kind of highlight. For Martin Falls, picture one is some of the chemicals in the water treatment plant from a site visit. If you ever want to see a very clean water treatment plant, that's a plant to visit right there. It's kept in immaculate shape. Picture number two is a sewage line repair that Penco was doing, and picture number three was from some hydrant flushing as well in the community. And here are some of the projects there. And so one of the projects that is currently being done now is a low lift station that's being rebuilt. Should be completed by the end of the summer. And also another big project is 2 sixplexes that hopefully get completed by the end of the year. The foundations are in for those ones. They're screw pile foundations. So for Niskandaga, you can probably see, and I know that Chief mentioned this at the beginning of the day, behind us is the new NAP station. It's pretty well completed, but there's a few more items required before they actually start using it. And so the bottom picture and the two bottom pictures actually are just pictures of some of the new duplexes built through the ISK immediate needs. So there's an exterior and interior shot. So here are some of the projects that are happening right now that are still ongoing. For Nibinamik, they have a lagoon upgrade happening right now. The top two pictures are from the lagoon, the current lagoon. The bottom picture on the left is from one of the units built through the ISK immediate needs program. They built quite a few units through ISK immediate needs and rapid housing over the last few years. And the bottom right is some fire smart supplies that were shipped to the community as well recently. So there's a few of the highlighted projects there. And for Webakwe, they had a bush wildland fire truck as well that was brought up on the Winter Road as part of a pilot project. So there's a picture of Monica, our emergency management coordinator, along with some folks from Webakwe. The second picture on the top right is a new bridge that was installed on the Winter Road, road number 16. Lindsay was part of the project team and funding application for that from our office. One of the ISK immediate needs duplexes that was built recently on the bottom left, and the bottom right is the conceptual design of the Elders Lodge that the community would like to build. So there is a few projects there in Webakwe as well. And so moving on to our NIBI services, water services that we provide under tech services. So the first picture there is just a vac truck in Nibinamik, actually. There was a sewage overflow. The next picture is a picture from the fire that occurred at the Yabmatang water treatment plant last July, and so that was repaired and completed by the end of last year, I believe. And also, there's just a picture of the water treatment plant in Arrowland. So just some services that NIBI services provide. So 24 on-call support for operators, remote monitoring of their water and wastewater systems through HoboLink. They have responded to 185 after-hours calls to assist with operational and maintenance concerns at the various water plants in this past year. They also provide routine maintenance and calibration of various equipment when required, reviewed best operating practices with plant operators, and daily check of the facilities through remote monitoring, which is ongoing. So for environmental public health, we have two, I mentioned earlier, we have two environmental health officers, and so some of they've done 43 visits this past year for bacterial water testing. Quarterly testing, there was 32 visits. Annual testing was 10 visits. They've done a food safety course in some communities. For a communicable disease program, there was 37 animal bites, investigations, and follow-up. Housing and environmental health inspections, there was inspections for mold, indoor air quality, pest infestations, routine kitchen, daycare, playground equipment, bed bugs, and fuel spills. So they've done quite a few inspections over the year, as well as they do some biomedical waste disposal, and the EHOs have instilled some temporary boil water advisories due to various reasons in different communities, and these temporary advisories were since lifted in many of the communities. For emergency management and fire services, the first picture and the second picture I touched on earlier, we had some bush fire trucks that were part of a pilot project delivered to Yabintang and Webakwe. The bottom picture on the left is SP100 training for Fire Smart in Geraldton, and there was also a couple in some communities as well. And there's just another picture of some of the equipment that was delivered to Niskandaga. And just to touch a bit on their program, some items from this year. Fire Smart program delivered in all 9 communities. The pilot project for the rapid wildfire trucks, like I mentioned. There was no serious fire injuries or fatal fires in 23-24. By serious, meaning there was no deaths and no injuries, so that is a good thing. I know there was some fires that did occur in some of the communities, and unfortunately they did lose some homes. Our fire marshal is working with First Nation fire departments for additional fire protection equipment, fire training, fire prevention, and further development of critical building and fire safety. They're working on fire safety plans in all of the communities as well. And they've done various building inspections and fire investigations in Matawa communities. So some of the challenges with some new water treatment plants that require to have certified operator oversight, we have to advocate with ISK for the extension of the hub program and be able to staff additional operators and technicians to assist and mentor and train community operators. So I think the current agreement goes to the end of March 26. So we'd like to, like to see that extended. Obviously, we'd like to see a succession plan to bring younger operators with proper training in Matawa communities and take over some of the, when the time comes, some of the current operators, if they require relief or retire. For some of the housing and capital projects, there's quite a few projects on the go. We have experienced delays with funding approvals from ISK, and there's many applications we've submitted, so there's, unfortunately, there is delays with ISK with some of the approvals. We've filled a couple positions within our tech department, but are still short-staffed for the amount of projects. If budget allows, we will try and add to our staff, another position or possibly two, but and that way we can work on more projects. And same with fire and emergency management. There probably will be a time in the upcoming near future that we might have to look into a succession plan for those positions as well. Some opportunities. Skip that. We will continue to work with ISK in regards to the Matawa Hub, in regards to training, and in regards to additional staff, extending the program for future years. There's some project management opportunities available within some of the capital projects as well that staff have taken on. There'll be other opportunities like this, and another item with the emergency management position. It's currently funded on a year-to-year basis, and we would like to talk to ISK about making that a permanent position, so that we've had some initial discussions on that. And that's it for now. I tried to make it quick, miigwech, and I am available for the next couple days here, and I'm always available anytime if you want to reach out to me. Most of you should have my contact info. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A resolution is required from these presenters and presentations. On your tab 3 of your binders, that's where all the resolutions are. So resolutions number 05. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 36th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby accept in principle the 2023-2024 written annual reports of Matawa First Nations Management, Four Rivers Matawa Environmental Services Group, Gathering of Rivers for Community Care, Matawa Non-Profit Housing Corporation, Matawa First Nations Property Inc., Matawa Health Cooperative Inc. I need a mover. I will need a mover and a second. Sherry Taylor. And a seconder, please. Chief Bruce. Are there any abstentions? I see none. The motion's carried. We're going to go for a 10-minute break. And we'll be back here in 10 minutes sharp. It is now, let's look at 3:40. Go have a quick fresh air or grab something to bite. We'll get going at 3:50. If you want some coffee, I know it's very hot and humid in here, but we're trying to get all the presenters to do their thing. And 3:50, if you can be here, 3:50, 350. There should be snacks on the hallway there. Miigwech. At the end? During the drum? Yeah. We'll just need somebody to have some.
We can I don't know if people have cash on them too. I don't know if people have cash.
no, whoever has cash, the chiefs can negotiate.
Also, our annual survey, we're
Oh, yeah.
collecting that. The survey is found on the package in the
Yeah.
back and handed in at the reception or registration. Paul Capon, can you come to the front?
So if we could all get back in and slowly get back into our seats. I know we must be slow because it's very hot in here. Hot and humid. It is okay if you need to step out for a few seconds, a few minutes if you need to. As you know, Zach, coming. Zach, you should take. Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah. We will start in a few minutes, 5 minutes approximately. Don't be afraid to check those booths, the tables out in the hallway. There's gifts there. You might get a water bottle or a pencil. It is now 3:50. If you're just down the hall, maybe you can come back in, go to your chair, bring your food, your snack. We're going to start moving forward to our next presentations on the agenda. On the agenda next, we have Kinamage Kanajagan Employment Training Services. We'll wait for a few minutes till the majority of the delegates are on the.
You need chairs. Unless you want to stand, you need chairs.
We needed a couple chairs, but I think we do. And just a couple announcements before we start. This evening, there's a fishing boat ride, and it's a competition. Everything will be provided. You can go on a boat with a guide, and there'll be your prize if you catch a big fish. It'll be $150. So that'll be this evening list of activities. To sign up, you go to the door while you're coming from the entrance right there. So fishing this evening after supper, it says. The guides will be Joseph M. and Victor M. I'm assuming it's Mooney S. So just sign up if you want. It's free, but you might win $150. No, actually, it is $150 to go fishing with a guide.
Including gas.
Including gas.
No prizes.
No prizes. I had it all wrong. We got it. If you want to go fishing, it is not free. It is, you pay $150 with a guide, with gas. We're going to start. I'm going to call upon Ron Wesley to do his opening remarks, and then he'll introduce his staff.
So,
While we
when
wait
go to
for
the
Ron,
apprenticeship part,
we
you
got
can start talking about that? Or do you just-
some entertainment happening as well tonight. We got, I don't know if any of you guys remember Helix, the band Helix. The band Helix will be performing at the arena at 7:30 today. Get your dancing shoes out tonight. Okay, Ron, let's do this. Okay. KCAT's presentations.
Hi, hello, my name is Ron again. I'm from Quantistic First Nation. I'd just like to acknowledge the Chief and Council of Niskandaga for the work they put into this AGM, and all the staff and all the drivers out there. Also like to acknowledge the elders that said the prayer and the drum group that sang the song. You know, and also like to thank all the chiefs that are sitting around this table, and all the chief and councils that do all this work for the communities. Sometimes it's not easy, but just to acknowledge that, because they deserve that acknowledgement at times. KCATS is a growing organization. We go through a lot of trials and tribulations. This year at the end was not easy, but we all put our heads together and persevered this whole thing, and came out at the end satisfaction to everybody's approval, hopefully. And now we move forward in a more positive direction, knowing our rules as boards. And I'd like to acknowledge the staff of KCATS, the staff of Matawa. We all do this tremendous work for the communities, and that's not never acknowledges to that. So I'd like to do that. I'd also like to acknowledge my chief and council for the hard work they put into to bring this treatment center, the first in Matawa area, and they put a lot of effort into making this thing happen. So now Constantly has a treatment center where the healing process starts. There's so much talk around the tables about the drug epidemic that we have. I don't necessarily call it the epidemic, I call it the new pandemic that's going on. We had one, it's sad for all the people that are going through this hardship right now. I know in our community that we lost a few in the last year. So the healing has started in our community, and we hope we get the support from all the Matawa First Nations as well. And with that, just to acknowledge our staff too, I'll pass it to David Negan, and because we have to make it quick.
Thank you, Ron. First thing I'd like to do is, in terms of while we're thanking people, is I'd like to thank the board of directors. They've done a marvelous job in terms of providing me guidance, as well as the staff, in terms of what you want in your communities in terms of employment, training, and capacity building. Those board members are Ron Wesley, who's our board president, Kelly Fortier, who's our vice president treasurer, Dorothy Sakany, secretary Maria Baxter, and the directors Harry Wabass from Webbequay, Richard Roundhead from Nibidimik, Eunice Magiskin from Aroland, and Lawrence Adlukin from Yamatung. So I'd like to thank you, Board of Directors, and I look forward to working with you this fiscal year. So I'm going to go ahead in terms of doing our PowerPoint presentation, and basically our strategy is based on in terms of trying to build capacity in your First Nations as well as taking advantage of current opportunities directly associated in your community. So the KCAT's vision is to create awareness and ownership in communities, including strong relationship and partnerships that will increase the number of educated and employed individuals who are actively competitors in the workforce and ultimately result in a healthy, prosperous communities. I don't know why my tongue is tied there. So the history of KCAT's, originally it was from Service Canada. I'm going to go as fast as I can. Then we followed the Pathways model, and then which were created in Mamawichi-Hituin way back in the early 90s. I think it was 1990 or 91. And then the Matawa chiefs decided it wasn't necessarily meeting their needs, and they created KCATS in 2011 to address, to be more community focused. The programs and services we deliver within KCATS is to create employment opportunities in our communities, provide adult education program through Ontario Secondary School Diploma, and this year as we're going to actually be offering credits in terms of our wellness, so I'm pretty happy about that. Provide through our ISAT, CRF, and EI dollars, and with that we support employment and training programs in your community. We provide direct funding for that. And improve the number of individuals in the apprenticeship field. And right now we don't have an apprenticeship department per se, but we signed an agreement with the apprenticeship branch where we were granted $5 million to expend this year in terms of support apprenticeship activities in your communities. That's a training delivery agent. Improve food security for remote First Nations. Ulysses will be talking more on that in a moment. But this past year we received $4.5 million to address food security issues in your community. And from preliminary reports in terms of with the budget that was released this spring, that the amount will go up approximately $1 million more, and that we're looking to expand the delivery of the program as well to include some of our road access communities. And once we have word officially in terms of a contribution agreement, we will share that with the chiefs as well. And support training and mindfulness and well-being. And the biggest reason why we've designed programs in terms of mindfulness and well-being is because it's a huge employment barrier for our communities. Because yes, that we run through hundreds of people every year in terms of our training programs, but it doesn't result in full-time employment for our community members. It was noted a couple years ago that we're sitting at around 4% in terms of a success rate of our community members in terms of getting jobs after they receive the training, not in terms of getting jobs, but maintaining that employment. And it's not only with KCATS, it's with Mishkegawik, with SLAM, it's AETS. So it's a problem that's persisted for the last few decades with all service delivery agents for Service Canada. The structure of KCATS is we have a board of directors that we need in terms of a band council resolution from your chief and councils in order to sit on the board. And the board of directors provide directives to KCATS and myself, and through the Matawa directive that we work with First Nations management, finance, human resources, and IT. And the board representatives work and liaise with the community and the chief and council in terms of getting your priorities to KCATS so that we'll be able to sort of support your initiatives. And right now we have employment community coordinators in your community, as well as the medium workers, so they're harvester support grant workers directly in your community. And there was a directive by the board as well that those community members that have to be community-based. So we'll be posting a few more positions in your First Nations. And the board of directors provide KCATS in terms of your priorities in your community. and then I direct the staff. So Joe was actually president of the board of directors when this happened, that we met at the Holiday Inn at the in Thunder Bay, and we sat around the circle, and then Joe said, well, what do you want to see from KCATS? And I believe that was about 3 years ago, eh, Joe? Yeah, about 3 years ago, they went on in the circle and said, asked the other board, what do your priorities want to be? And one is to improve employment opportunities, develop partnerships, and the third one that all the board members stated that in terms of the housing problems that we have in our First Nations, that we need to come up with a solution. And there was a big discussion with that. And one of the issues we have in terms of trying to address the housing issues in your First Nations is KCATS itself, we don't have capital dollars. We have dollars for training, we could support labor, we could do all those things, but we cannot build a house because we don't have the financial resources to do that. So the board of directors have decided in terms of priorities, in terms of where KCATS shall go, and community-based training. So that means training in your First Nation and not in Thunder Bay, building capacity, addressing social needs of our people, which is basically our mindfulness and wellness program, and building community wealth and documenting those results. So one of the biggest issues that we had 5 years ago is in terms of, and we still have this today, is whenever we have a program we want to deliver, we have a hard time finding a place to put that program in your First Nation. So Roxanne could actually, in terms of talk about that more in terms of the programs we've been trying to deliver directly in your First Nations, and one of the biggest issues has always been where we're going to house our staff, where we're going to actually in terms of train your participants or our community members. So those are the two biggest issues. And originally, you know, we went around for the last 2 years talking about the proposed Center of Excellence to your First Nations, and this is originally where we partnered. This word is kind of a sin now, but in terms of Discovery House, but so the board of directors has decided in terms of dissolve that working relationship with Discovery House, and upon direction of the board, we will continue that without our former partner. So one of the biggest components of that was the proposed Center of Excellence. So our funders have been contacting us, including Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, FedNor, and so forth. They're saying, okay, we're ready to move ahead in terms of supporting the Center of Excellence in your communities, and it seems like in terms of we've lost little or no ground in terms of support from the federal and provincial government to make that happen. So once this presentation here that I've already shown to a lot of your chief and councils and your community members, and basically in terms of there's this one nasty word that's removed, and we'll never talk about it again. So here is, you know, in terms of solar panels, the greenhouses, and more importantly that for KCATS we're going to have 2 smart classrooms in terms of, and also I know that Sarah Cochran and I had several conversations in terms of housing, in terms of her program there as well, and there's Francine Pellerin, we talked about that as well in terms of how we're going to deliver those programs locally in your community, and that would be done through the Center of Excellence. And the main purpose of that is that the Center of Excellence would be owned by your First Nation, and then what we do is in terms of the programs that, you know, various programs within Matawa as well as KCATS, we would rent from you the facility. This is a potential opportunity within your First Nations that you could grasp right now. I know that there's a resolution that's going to be looked at by the chiefs in terms of the grid that'll be going up, and that grid will be probably about 5, 7, 8, 9 years away. But in terms of, there's a potential right now that if you produce your own electricity, that you'd be able to reduce the energy cost in your community. And then what we could do in terms of use that waste heat and transfer that into a greenhouse. And then the Nutrition North program has agreed to provide your community with a subsidy for every produce that is grown in your First Nation. And that could equal or go above $200,000 annually to grow potatoes, cabbage, blueberries, or whatever you select. And in terms of the amount of produce that's grown in the community, that means that you have fresh produce and you don't have to go to the northern store to buy this, and this is basically free to all your community members. As well as the waste heat, not only could you be utilized in the greenhouses, but for example, the school here that they go through a heat exchanger, and then once it goes through the heat exchanger, then you could actually heat this school because there's so much energy that's dispensed in terms of these generators that that could reduce the cost of running your school by about $500,000 depending on the size of your school. So this system here is identical in terms of what they developed in Sweden and Finland, where they, instead of using, they use biomass to heat their communities. This would basically be using this facility that's already exists in your community. And then what we could do is capture the CO2 and get carbon credits, and those carbon credits would basically be in the millions for your community, and there's a potential for a biodiesel facility, and that's just using the lipins from the needles that come off in terms of everybody's kind of been in the bush there in the south of the undertaking, and those huge slash piles, there's needles in there, and you just run them through a distiller, separate the oils from the biomass material, and then those oils are blended with a diesel, and then you would have biodiesel. And then Northern College is actually going to be building a facility in Timmins regarding this, and they could provide us with training as well as capacity building. So my staff and I are going to be traveling in your First Nations very shortly. I was told by Cornelius, as long as it's not on the CLE, so we'll be going after the CLE, going to your First Nations. And the last time we were up in the Nabidimik, Ogama Sugarhead said that in terms of we need to get more of your community members' input in terms of moving forward. So what we're also going to do is we're going to try to improve in terms of the number of individuals from your community participating in terms of this project. One of the things that we have at KCATS is we required our TDA status for carpentry 403, and we're working on grader, dozer, excavator. There's a third one. And heavy-duty mechanic. And what we have in terms of the support from the apprenticeship branch is we actually have tuition dollars to run that program. So we can actually utilize our ISETS dollars as well as the apprenticeship program to build houses in your community. And I remember specifically when we're at the Delta with the Chief and Council with Fort Hope, and one of the things we talked about was used examples in terms of schools or housing. Like every one of these contractors you're bringing into your First Nation, they need to make money. And that money is anywhere from 20 to 40%. So if you have a $10 million build, you know, you're actually giving the owner of that company $2 to $4 million for each one of these projects that you do in your First Nation. And our goal is in terms of utilizing that money and in terms of trying to keep it in your community by supporting in terms of you build the houses. You do the materials list and so forth, and then what you do is you get the true benefit of building that house, building your own roads, building your own infrastructure, building your own schools. And we do have the financial resources to do that. The one thing we don't have at KCATS in terms of our financial resources, we do not have capital dollars to run those projects. So in order to make these projects work, we have to combine that. For example, if we had funding from CMHC to build X amount of units for $5 million. What we could do is we could jointly work on that project between your First Nation and KCATS. We could use our ISETS dollars as well as our apprenticeship dollars, and that we'd be able to cut the cost of labors, bring the trainers in, as well as train your community members to be project management. I had a long talk with this gentleman from First Nations Engineering down in Oswego, and I was told, hey, why don't you talk with this guy, Shermo, in terms of what you're planning to do. And the first thing he said in terms of our plan is that the skills that we need is project management skills. And that is really in terms of if you want to capitalize on the economic development activities in your area is actually do that in terms of project management yourselves. And then you subcontract the other contractors to build bridges or whatever. And that way there that you basically, I don't want to use the word skim, but in terms of you take your 15, 20, 25% in terms of being project managers of these projects. And companies such as Colliers, they make billions of dollars like that. And why can't we do that exact same thing? So what we'd like to do in terms of partnering with you, in terms of the chief and councils in your communities, is that we provide the financial resources and we bring people in terms of have that expertise of project management and in terms of red seals and so forth. And that we work together and then you select your community members to become project managers. And over a period of 5 to 10 years that you'd be running building your own buildings, building your own schools, building your own houses. And that way there, that extra 40%, 20 to 40% stays in your coffers so that you would have additional monies to build more houses or build higher quality houses or support your social needs or whatever. And in terms of disposable income, what we have is in terms of the government has been very bad in terms of providing us with any financial resources above what they give us already. So this is just in terms of just capitalizing on that. And then in terms of, we provide training with Tara Ingram. Unfortunately, we'll be losing her to Matawa. She'll be the new economic development advisor. But I look forward to working with her in a new capacity because she's a good ally and a good friend, and she's a very intelligent lady that Matawa is very lucky to have. In terms of the training delivery agent, we have Carpentry 403 as a native residential, and then we had the I forget that gentleman's name there from the deputy minister. He came to our office and he said, you know, he likes our program. He's going to support us in that. I can't say that. And what basically they're going to do is they're going to support our application for the operators for heavy equipment. And the benefits, I kind of explained that already. So the first step, and I have Ulysses here who just needs to write his exam, and then he'll be a Red Seal carpenter, and he'll be assisting us in terms of making this happen. Is the first thing that we have to do is in terms of just, we need to know what we have in your First Nations in terms of individuals that know how to build houses, that know how to kind of, any type of lay foundation, cement work, roofing, drywall, and then work with us in terms of trying to develop a list and then design a training program. And through our TDAs, or training delivery agent status, we'd be able to get your community members as Red Seal carpenters, electricians, plumbers, and so forth. So the first part is recruitment strategy. And then what we've included in terms of our program is the wellness program. So not only will be in terms of training your community members on these trades, but also in terms of including a wellness. And I talked about this at the last AGM in terms of our research project, and in terms of our success rate, we jumped from 4% to 70%, which is extremely beneficial for our community members. In the partnerships and community engagement is that where, you know, we need to work together, use our financial resources, and we use your financial resources, and then we would build capacity in your community so that any future developments happen within our First Nations, that we would have the people and the companies that would actually financially benefit from it. And basically just constructing documentation, that's our partnership with Lakehead University. Evaluation completion. Okay. Wellness and training. and in terms of the research. So last year, we had a number of participants. We had recruited 130 of your community members that was initially with, we called it, I don't like using that word, but Discovery House. And then with these 130 individuals, 90 showed up for the first day, and then after the first 2 weeks, we ended up with approximately 73 individuals. And of those 73 individuals, the folks over at Lakehead University, they kind of measured in terms of their mental, their life skills. I don't know what the proper word to call it. But in terms of the individuals that ran through our program, that we had enormous success in terms of the wellness. And that basically what's happening with our community members that suffered through trauma is that whenever we're triggered by the event, we have our own coping mechanisms. And that coping mechanism is very destructive to some of our people, including some of my own relatives, my own, anyways. And, you know, these coping mechanisms are very destructive, usually used to death, homelessness, and so forth. And so what we've done in terms of whenever an individual is triggered, that we've utilized in terms of the breathwork, meditations, visualizations, and affirmations to get those individuals out of the zone. And basically what happens is whenever an individual is triggered, that the body produces cortisol, and then what we want to do is for the body to produce dopamine and serotonin, which are ironically the two hormones in our body that actually are identical to opioids. So instead of a person seeking relief from an opioid, they just do breath work, they just do meditation, they just do affirmations reinforced by affirmations. And then what happens over a period of 90 to 120 days, those individuals have additional life skills they didn't have before. And the reason why this works, and this is very important, what we found out in terms of our research with our partners at Lakehead University, is that when an individual goes for treatment, it's under 90 days. And in terms of the body and the mind, in terms of learning a new skill, including guitar, playing the piano, whatever that is that it takes a minimum of 90 days to actually the body to create this new learned behavior, a new skill. And we've been fortunate enough that we had these individuals for over 120 days, so that when they're triggered by whatever event they had, that instead of the individual being, you know, dictated by cortisol, their body's able to produce more dopamine. And the other thing that we found out with our research is that a number of individuals actually decided to go into treatment, and others have, in terms of, were contemplating suicide, and a number of them as well they're in a healthier position where they no longer think about taking their own lives, which is a huge issue for all of our community members. So what we've done in the past year is we actually developed curriculum surrounded by, that was specific for mindfulness. And we are ready to deliver that in your communities, as well as I was talking to Francine Pellerin, where that we want to kind of start train your community members in terms of just doing breath work. And, you know, in terms of the positive affirmations, when people say, hey, you're doing a great job, you know, hey, sky's the limit, and so forth, that in terms of that, just that little positive reinforcement that does amazing things for individuals, it creates dopamine in the system. And what we're really talking about is just being kind, being happy, and so forth. And that kind of takes root, and then we have a healthy community. So the things we did learn from, I had a discussion. Unfortunately, Dr. Anita Valancourt couldn't be here. She was actually preparing a research. She needed to complete a research paper by July 31st, and I guess professors as well do have their deadlines they have to follow. So she gives her regrets, but one of the things is that in terms of when delivering this program, she found out that in terms of when we did some distance delivery, that isolation was a big issue, as well as Zoom fatigue. That's, sitting in front of the monitor for X amount of hours. We had technical issues as well as in terms of working on end goals for our training. And lastly, building community wealth is just using existing projects you have in your community, doing it yourselves, and then you pocketing the money instead of, building another house for one of these contractors. And it's just as simple as that. And then you could use those extra monies to venture in terms of, use that for venture capital or whatever. And the current opportunities is locally grown produce, and I'd like to thank my Chief Rick Allen as well as Chief Bruce Atchiminiscum, who we met with Minister Vandal in Ottawa there a few months back. And in terms of the way they view KCAS is in terms of they like the way we deliver our program, and they consider our model very successful, and that it'll be through the Nutrition North program. Any produce you grow in your community, you get for every pound of potato or whatever you want to grow, turnip, that you would get dollars from the Nutrition North program. In terms of the other opportunities was housing development in your community and road construction. Thank you. So I'm going to ask Roxanne now to. Do you want to sit here? Oh, no, I have to run your thing. Oops. Is this it?
Yeah, you had the right one.
That's tech services. Okay. Slideshow. There you go. Just tell me when you want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll run your slides.
Hello. Hello, my name is Roxanne Shapway-Kizik. I'm from Edmonton First Nation. I've been in ISET since August 2020 and took the lead in August 2022. Next. Oh, it's not. Sorry, technical difficulties.
Chris? Chris?
Can I get help from IT, please? It's not showing up on the screen. Okay. Okay. All right, we're back at it. Next slide. So, KCATS ISETs is one of 22 ISET holder agreement holders in Ontario. We are currently more than halfway through our 10-year agreement to 2029, and we service all Matawa communities except Long Lake 58. Next. This is a snapshot of our staff. Back in October 2023, we brought them in for employment training and development, staff development. A full roster in the ISIS department is 12 staff. All of us are Indigenous, and 10 of us are from Matawa. This program aims to close the gap, the earning gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in Canada. Basically, we want to remove any employment barriers that our clients may have and provide training so they can enter the workforce with the skills they need to earn as much as other people in the trades. So we provide assistance in their employment and training needs. We have a number of staff in Thunder Bay that handle our client files, and we assist them in developing their skills that are transferable and portable to compete in the labor market here in Canada, Ontario, and within our communities. We provide training initiatives for individuals who are unemployed or underemployed, and we try to reinforce new skills for labor market demands. We do staff development and training, especially with the ECCs that are in the communities. Last year we brought them in twice to go through knowledge sharing. We shared the other departments, and we brought in organizations who could help educate us in what's available and how to use what already exists. And yeah, it'll help us as an organization as a whole. There we are again. We're sharing our department resources with the ECCs, who will spend a couple days in Thunder Bay. We assist clients to address employment barriers like lack of education, transferable skills, mobility, and pre-employment supports. And we strive to keep as accurate intervention data as we can on clients as we support them through the programming and services available within ISETS, as well as other departments. This data shot was taken from the Indigenous Labor Market Program website. It's federal, so all of ISETs throughout Canada are part of this data capture. The numbers come from our ARMS database, which has been over the last few years our major focus. We're trying to capture as many clients, as many intervention data points as we can to show the government that yes, we're doing the work. We're inviting as many people as we can to access our services. And as you can see, year to year since 2019 and the start of our agreement, that we have increased our intake, sometimes 200% in a year. So last year, it was over 300 individual intakes that we processed through the ISIS department. We work with Aboriginal Employment Services, Inc., and we are implementing the Indigenous Labor Market Information Survey. Two of the communities, Webequie and Martin Falls, are being deployed by Aboriginal labor workforce, and we are deploying in the other communities. So we're starting to get some speed on that. As well, last year we did deliver delivery agency training in community for residential construction craft worker, but we also have it for carpentry. Here's a photo in Constance Lake First Nation, and sitting in the front row is still not very cool, I guess. So our students, we mentioned before that one of the difficult things is finding somewhere to train. So these students had a 10-week program in the basement of the church in Constance Lake, which was very, very nice for us to be able to use that space. But as Ron mentioned earlier, there were a number of losses, and the trainings would have to vacate every time there was a loss, which unfortunately was very often. But these students were excellent, so we did manage to graduate some of them. Our programming available includes individual training, which in that photo is one of our graduates from the heavy equipment operator, surface miner, with First Nation safety training. So individual training by Devin Jacob from Webequie, he accessed the tuition dollars, the travel dollars, the training allowance, the PPE, and anything else that he requested. Each client also receives a training allowance based on attendance per day. Mobility is, if you find a job outside community or in community, we can assist with travel to and from. Pre-employment assistance could be something like a records check or a union due or PPE to start your job. Target wage subsidy is an agreement with a hiring company where KCAS would sponsor half of the minimum wage. Job creation is another agreement with an organization where we sponsor minimum wage for up to 1 year. And then youth development. This is Jesse Wabus, our Ganuguming ECC, who put the chainsaw brush off safety program in Ganuguming May 2023. Going back to the data intervention points, here's another snapshot from the labor market information website. You can see that our intervention data points have increased again exponentially, 50% almost each year we increase our interventions. This data is also something the government will use to see if we're effective and how many interventions we're completing with clients. Intervention is any time that we engage with the client in employment counseling, funds provided, training provided, etc. Last year we strengthened our relationships with SDF-funded organization, the Skills Development Fund. We did not get our SDF funding, but because we have such strong relationships with training organizations like NORCAT, the International Union of Operating Engineers, Anishinaabe Employment and Training Services, we were able to get Matawa clients into their funded programming. They took programming like heavy equipment apprenticeship, service miner training, carpentry, mining essentials, and KCAT supplemented the training allowances and travel costs for a lot of them. We've worked very closely with First Nations safety training to train clients in surface miner heavy equipment. These modules, through them, will have a lifetime certification within their community. And Jonathan is really, really good with this. He knows a lot more about it than I do, but if you get signing authority in your community will have the capacity to sign off on people who are trained in surface miner modules and train people in community, creating more capacity in-house. Here's a graduating class of heavy equipment surface miner. We also worked with Matawa Health and Social Mino Bimadzuin to assist in delivering the Wilderness First Responder Training in Nabinamik. We offered up our ECC to help make connections in the community and assist with finding their accommodations. So they were able to certify 7 community members. We also cost shared with Choose Life and our own MEGIM program to deliver in-community training programs like first aid and firearm safety. Some of the services we offer include employment counseling, resume workshops, interview skills, cover letter workshops, job start, employment supports, PPE. We pay tuition for the apprenticeships going into level 1, level 2, level 3. We assist them with the Red Seal exam supports and travel to and from, individual training, mobility, wage subsidies, job creations. We also remove barriers through funding criminal record checks and union dues. We've funded individuals to take heavy equipment operator, underground hard rock miner, straight truck, surface miner training, AZ, DZ, driver training, health and safety, mechanic apprentice, plumber, heavy duty equipment technician, driving instructor training, security guard training, working at heights first aid, firefighter. This gentleman is learning how to build a garden box in one of the greenhouses. We try to do as much in-community training as we can. We depend heavily on our ECCs to organize with chief and council and the community to bring people into the community to provide this training. We've done first aid, firearms, chainsaw, brush saw, wilderness first aid, first responder training, trappers education, store manager training, greenhouse garden box building, as well as we funded many job creations in peacekeepers, recreation workers, laborers, maintenance workers, youth workers. There's lots. We fund many job creations. KCAD is also the #1 sponsor for Ontario Youth Employment Program. We sent 21 youth there last year. They go all across Canada and they learn tons of really great things for the resume, like WMIS, first aid, canoe safety, tree planting, brush cutting, forest firefighting, chainsaw safety, driver's permit. They end their summer program with employment opportunity. And it's just such an amazing program. I can't speak better of it. This is Jaden from Airland, from his time at OYEP. And learning first aid was important. I feel like it can help my family and siblings now. Xavier's from Ganuguming. He said tree planting is fun. At the same time, it introduced me to a hard work environment and helped me understand that work can be tough. One of the biggest things this last fiscal was delivering the training delivery agency for residential construction craft worker. We did our in-community program in Constance Lake. We had 3 graduates who completed their level 1 from February to April. There was cost sharing between ISETs and the in-class enhancement fund with the ministry. And every step of the way, we asked for feedback to get our lessons learned. We asked for feedback from the instructor, the ECC, the students, and the trainers. So we learned a lot about this program, and it's going to become our template to deliver it into the other communities. The students who were successful and went into the program received all their PPE. They received toolkits, textbooks, and workbooks. We supported them every step of the way, as well as training allowances. Some of our challenges, well, we work in an office that's under construction right now. So imagine every day you hear hammering, drilling, pounding, banging. It's been a good time. Of course, every department has staff turnovers. In community members, sometimes they have trouble getting their SIN numbers, which can delay their funding opportunities. We've experienced some client dropout from social and physical issues. Sometimes clients, I don't think, realize how physical working in the trades is. And, like everyone else, we're dealing with inflation. We're on a 10-year agreement, so our budget doesn't change, but the cost of tuition and assisting each client does. So that just makes things a little bit more difficult. This is the female graduating class from heavy equipment operator. Moving forward, we're going to continue building relationships with hiring organizations and projects in our area with Noron, Wailu Canada, Leuna, Ogoki Forest. We'll continue monitoring the career trends, and we'll deliver the survey in community, as well as continue delivering our TDA programming in community. We'll keep developing, we've actually started developing a comprehensive skills database for hiring organizations and our Matawa clients, making a bridge for quicker employment for our clients. And as always, we try to gather our success stories of the Matawa clients and seek out more funding, reapply for SDF, and hopefully have more luck this year, as well as continue strengthening and implementing the wellness strategy. Our renovations are nearly complete. We'll be moving in August into our new and final offices. I've moved 5 times, my office, since I've started at KCAD. It's always good times. And then we'll have a resource center back up. We'll be able to continue assisting with job search and resume. And we'll keep training and sharing programs and assisting our ECCs to achieve more in community training programs. That's graduate Glendon Wabas of Webakwe from heavy equipment operator. So thank you.
Bonjour, my name is Ulysses. I'm the Partnership and Development Logistics Coordinator for the Mawachun Anishinaabe Medium Program, known as the Harvester Support. I would like to give a big chi-miigwech to Niskanaka First Nations for inviting us and feeding us during this time. And a big, big thank you to the volunteers that are driving us around and providing stuff for us. So chi-miigwech. So our program description is Mawachun Anishinaabe Medium Harvester Support we get through the Nutrition North Canada. It's aimed to increase communities' members' access to food security. The investments will enhance local community fund systems, restore cultural traditions, and improve access to traditional foods and knowledge in 5 remote northern First Nations in the Matawa region. The funding allowed for enhancing the current Harvester Support grant to include food transported into communities through partnerships in food distribution and medium workers for each community, building on food sovereignty and food security. The Mawachun Anishinaabe Medium program will continue to foster partnerships between northern and isolated communities, central food banks, and charity, and strengthen food security. Partnerships between isolated communities and food banks, and other charitable organizations are essential to seeding food sovereignty and reducing food security in the north. MAM will continue to support the community in building capacity to enhance cultural, traditional knowledge transfer and encouraging more eating off the land, access to food across the lifespan, and develop a community-defined and driven framework for food security program development. Some of our highlights and successes, we delivered food to the 5 remote communities, Edmonton, Nabinmik, Webakwe, Martin Falls, and Niskanaka, which have been completed over the past year. We have secured limited funding to support at least 1 food distribution to the road access communities through Food Banks Canada, one of our partners. We also secured funding through Food Banks Canada to support purchasing harvesting equipment for the 3 road access communities. We have delivered equipment to the remote communities, including boats, quads, snow machines, yurts, sea cans, hunting and fishing equipment, bread machines, food dehydrators, freezers, crafting supplies, sewing machines, sergers, bread machines, fuel, ammunition, and harvesting equipment requested by individual community members. Food Banks Canada also had a hygiene pilot project, which we distributed feminine hygiene products to all 9 communities. We have secured a partnership with Food Banks Canada that will facilitate nutritious foods for the summer months for our 2 remote communities. We have partnership developments with Food Banks Canada, Feed Ontario, Breakfast Club Canada, Sovereign Seeds, Second Harvest, and RFDA. They will help support community food security initiatives. Wichita-Waymagun partnership signing, which happened last December. It's a bulk food purchasing partnership development with MKO, SLAM, Mushkegowuk Councils, and Island Lake Tribal Council, supported by the Nutrition North grant. So we're going to create a buying group. The need for the larger distribution area to service the First Nations in both Manitoba and Northern Ontario will increase the community members' access to low-cost food supply alternatives for our nations, which will focus on 2 specific issues: bulk purchasing capacity and credit for ordering. 13 partners have signed on since December 13th, 2023. Research in partnership with Lakehead University through community engagement and conversations. We are developing a community-defined and driven framework for food security programs and evaluation. The framework will evaluate and map each community's current NNC programming and food environment. The research will provide evidence-based information to identify the current program strengths and weaknesses, and will contribute to the framework that will specifically make NNC more responsive to community food security needs and gender-based analysis. Some of the challenges that we have faced, the shortage of access to the winter road, like the short access of the winter road, the high cost of airplane charters for food distribution, high cost of fuel, slow ordering, logistics, and food distribution from our suppliers, establishing relationships with clients for whom we are buying equipment, also identifying food storage facilities in Thunder Bay and in our communities. But some opportunities, we are engaged with the Nutrition North Canada and Nutrition National Research Council and the Health Canada's Bureau of Microbial Hazards project in the hope that remote communities will eventually be able to sample and test wild foods in the community, supporting them in the early detection of disease and pathogens impacting their food supply and food safety, and permitting them to manage the wildlife populations across all traditional lands. And of course, bulk food purchasing. That's another one of our opportunities. Water is life, to give food is to give life. Thanks, one. There's two more. So some of our goals going forward is we want to increase our food storage facilities in each of our communities. Also with our medium workers, we want to get them to build capacity development and get that continuing. We would like to continue to support harvesting equipment sent to the communities, including fuel, ammunition, fishing and harvesting equipment, tents and more sea cans will be shipped to the communities. With those sea cans, we would like to renovate them into food processing plants where we would have food dehydrators, as well as get the vacuum packs inside them so they can make our traditional foods last longer. We will be having our teaching lodges set up in each of the communities, gardens in interested communities, and we are continuing to identify solutions to increase communities' members' access to lower cost food supplies. Here are some pictures of some recent events in some of our communities. And this is lots of what I don't know.
Can you see?
I can't really see. So it's just our financials for the past year since March 31st of last year. If you can read it, I can't see quite right now. But at this moment, I think we have 1.2 million plus left to spend.
With that carry forward, that's exactly what we're doing in terms of trying to finish that off. Like we were given $4.5 million from the Nutrition North program to address food security issues in your community, and we've been working very hard in terms of trying to spend $4.5 million over a 9-month period, and the Nutrition North program was grateful enough to, in terms of allow us a carry forward with that money, so that this money here would carry us forward in terms of the next agreement. And all indications from the Nutrition North program is that we are going to be receiving a 3-year agreement, and our funding will be increased to $5.5 million annually, and that would also include a number of our other communities within Matawa, so that more communities would be able to participate with the Nutrition North program.
That's all, yeah.
Bentley? Yuna? Where is she? Oh, just make sure the mic doesn't get close to her. Oh, okay. Who's that? Rob, I got a.
There we go. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Una Patton, and I'm an 80s girl, so I don't want to be late tonight for the Helix concert, so I'm going to summarize as quickly as possible. Okay. Mute up. Hold on one second.
That's a question?
Yeah, Miigwech Chair, I'd like to recognize my elder, Elizabeth Achnipanescum, has a question for the last presentation there. Elder Elizabeth.
Questions are after? So questions are after the presentations?
Bonjour. I recognize very well that you're saying you're trying to get free food into First Nation reserves, but what I'm thinking would be an asset for our Martin Falls, at Tawegamig we call it, we started a store. Would be better for us if the poundage would be paid to pay less. What brings up our prices real high is the pounds that we pay. We pay so much for the price of heavy stuff that's coming in into our store, like a watermelon will cost us $30, and if that would be better for us, we're planning to have our own store, and it's there already, and this would be better than just giving free food, which would spoil all over the place like it happened during the epidemic that we had. A bunch of food came in to our reservation, and then we sort of didn't get through eating all the stuff that they send that we didn't need at all and during that epidemic. So that's my question. Would be better to help these people that are having problem with high prices on the reserve through their own store. Thank you.
There's a couple things we're doing with KCATS to specifically address that. Right now, if you take a look at KCATS ourselves, that we've received $4.5 million last fiscal year, and also with Sioux Lookout Aboriginal Area Management Board, they received approximately $20 million, as well as Mishkegwick received 20, and then you have Island Lake in Manitoba, as well as MKO. And combined, we have approximately $50 million of spending we have to address with food security issues. And one of the things that we want to do is actually use this money to buy in bulk. And once we do that we'd be able to include the store in Martin Falls in terms of allowing Martin Falls to participate in that. So when we buy all this produce for as a group, then we'd be able to buy as well as a lot of these additional food staples. This is something that, in terms of the board, we'll kind of just have to discuss it a little further. Then once we're participating in that, then we'd be able to enroll Martin Falls in terms of be able to purchase with this group instead of going in terms of your normal route. The other thing that we are, in terms of, you could contact Chris Munias or as well as Ulysses in terms of registering your store under the Nutrition North program. And once you register your store, that you'd be able to be eligible for cheaper delivery costs as well as additional food savings, I believe. Subsidies, yes. So Ulysses here is a gentleman to talk to as well as Chris, and then we could register your First Nation as a participating member within the Nutrition North program, and once that happens, that we'd be able to reduce some of your high cost of food, and that goes through as well as any other First Nations that own their store in their community, that you could talk to us and we'll register you, and then we'd be able to reduce your food costs in your First Nation.
Just for the record, I'm not the Chris Munias. You're talking about somebody else, right? Hey? Martin Falls?
Yeah, I'm sorry, younger Chris Munias from Martin Falls, not this Chris here.
go. Okay, so I'm the manager of the KCATS Adult Education Program, and we are the grade 12 program for KCATS. Students come to us to get their Ontario Secondary School diploma. And our goal, again, is to try to deliver the program so that we have a highly skilled workforce. Did somebody say louder? Oh. We are in the final year of our funding agreement, and September 30th, 2024. A new proposal has been submitted to MCU for renewal. Right now, it's at the point where it's going to the Assistant Deputy Minister. Once it's approved at that level, it goes to the Deputy Minister and then to the Minister for approval. So hopefully, we find out about that before September 30th. This is not our first time doing this. Every few years, we look for to get renewal of funding, so that's always a challenge for us. You can go to the next one. The next one. Oh, you're way ahead of me. Okay, so one of the things with our program is we do have entrance of students from other NAN communities. So the Chiefs had agreed back in March of 2018 that we would allow up to 25% of our participants. We haven't yet hit that mark. We typically have between about 10 to 15% students each year that come from one of the other remote NAN communities. The program is delivered in the classroom at our location currently right now, that's on Cumberland Street. We also, since COVID, we've been doing online learning, so we do have students that remain in the communities and join their classroom virtually. Once our next term, we are moving over to the Matawa Training and Wellness Center on Algoma Street. Our classrooms are done. Our furniture has been delivered and has been set up, so we are ready to go there for September. So some of the highlights and successes I put up there, this is a chart. This is by year and by community, list of graduates that have come through our program. As of June of this year, we have 24 graduates. However, we still have the summer term that's currently happening right now, so we're anticipating the graduation this year will be held on September 17th. It'll be at the Superior Inn in Thunder Bay. Invitations will be sent out the second week of August, along with a list of the graduates from each of the communities. Are we on the same one? Okay, our students throughout the year, they participate in quite a few different excursions. I've put a couple up here. The one in the top corner is them at Lakehead University. The class went there for a stone carving workshop. Below, they went to the Northwest Career Fair that was held in Thunder Bay, and then the bottom one is at the School of Indigenous Learning. That's just outside Thunder Bay, down Highway 61. As well, we have a partnership with Roots Community Food Center in Thunder Bay. So the Roots staff comes to our location twice a month. They select a couple of students. Together, they prepare a meal for their peers, and in this picture, they had made rabbit stew. In this picture right here, this is the Native Beliefs and Values class. They had went out for a walk out in Marina Park into the Spirit Garden. They had a teaching from the Elder Tom and a song by Malcolm. And then more for the successes. For our 22 and 2023 graduating class, we have 44% of them that we've heard back from that are currently employed full-time. 23% of them are enrolled in post-secondary education or trades training. The other thing I really wanted to mention as well too is that two of the current staff that I have working with me are both former graduates of our adult education program. Malcolm Charles from Ganoogameen. He is our student activities and cultural coordinator, and right now we have relief receptionist and data entry, and that's Anna Munias, and she's from this community of Niskandaga. And then in this picture, this is from graduation that was held last year in September in Thunder Bay, where we had 29 graduates. Just some more pictures of that, of all of the graduation. Okay, so some of the challenges that we have, again, when we're looking at our stats is that once our students complete with us, we have a hard time connecting with them later, like either due to email addresses changing, phone numbers changing. So that graduation, I mean, the employment rate of 44% after graduation, potentially that could be higher along with the post-secondary rate, because we just, like I said, we have challenges, like some of the other programs, just to be able to connect with them later. The other biggest challenge that we have is student retention. So we get a lot of students that start throughout the year, and then sometimes it can just be a few credits away, and then, like, you know, they leave for various reasons. Again, mostly it's for addictions or some mental health issues, or you know, sometimes it's childcare, whatever. And that's when Dave spoke about like the wellness, and we're hoping that we can address that and remove that obstacle, is what I want to say. So for some of our opportunities that have come up, like a big one is the transitional units that have opened up at the Matawa Training and Wellness Center. One of the biggest issues we had before was we had no temporary housing for when students did choose to come to Thunder Bay to go to school, and they were either staying at relatives or they were staying at one of the local motels, which of course can get really expensive. So now that we have the 21 transitional units that we can access, they have a safe place to be while they're in Thunder Bay, and like I said, once our classes start there in September, they're actually going to be in the same building. As well, the program, we actually have funds to assist students to transition to Thunder Bay. So if they want to stay on and they want to go into post-secondary, we're able to assist them with first and last. And yeah, I said I'd be quick.
Where's Roxanne? I need to talk to her.
No, you're good. This is the last one. Yeah, just press it.
Hello. Hi, my name is Bentley Chichu. I'm one of two coordinators for the driver's education program that we're going to be rolling out here shortly. My manager couldn't make it for personal reasons, so I'm going to give you guys the update. So, I mentioned there was two of us. I'm also working with Logan Breyer, who's going to be our administrative coordinator. Will Robinson is the manager. Will and myself will actually also be the instructors for in-class and in-car training. So, quick overview. KCAT's driver's education program is in the final stage of the MTO approval process, which is expected to get finished once we actually move into the new office here. The goal of the driver's education program is to support communities and our community members in obtaining Ontario G licenses by making driver's ed more accessible for everybody. Our program has purchased driving simulators. We plan on delivering them once we find a suitable spot in each community. DriveWise and Barrie is estimating to have our sim trailer done by the end of this month as well, which will help us bring the course up north. That's just a picture we borrowed from 7th Gen, who also had a simulator trailer made. Ours is going to be basically like that, but bigger. Cooler logos. That's just a picture of one of the simulators. Ours is essentially the same thing, as well as the ones you'll get in your communities. Another picture of the Sims. Once again, pretty well exactly what we're going to be rolling out. All right, so our key priority area, the goal of KCAT's education is to support communities and its members in obtaining the Ontario G-Class driver's license while learning safe driving habits. KCAT's intake forms will be utilized to record each student in the ARMS database, so we can keep track of everybody who's completed the course and whether or not they successfully get their licenses. We're in the early stages, so far our accomplishments are myself finishing the instructor program for in-class, as well as my manager, Will. Logan has obtained some training in the driving school software that the driver's education program will utilize in the recording and keeping of all our clients. Once again, we've purchased SIMs for each community, currently all being stored in Algoma location until we find a suitable spot. One of our major challenges, which just delayed us rolling out the program, is the renovations, because we need them for the final MTO licensing. We also are waiting on a customized curriculum, but we will be able to, once we have our classroom, we'll be able to roll it out, just borrowing DriveWise. So opportunities. The driver's education program will utilize the current KCAT's intake form in the ARMS database to keep record of the students. The plan is to utilize our mobile trailer to get to communities and be able to do our stuff up north in the road access, as well as, fly-in reserves as well as our road access. DriveWise and Barrie is developing a custom program, as I mentioned before. They're also going to be helping us in a lot of ways, and what they're going to be providing for us is support to receive MTO accreditation, all courseware including lesson plans, PowerPoint, simulations, exercises, and in-vehicle forms, all training on the DriveWise system for administrators, training on the Safe Start program for any future instructors, assistance with marketing material, content that showcase our program while ensuring compliance with MTO regulations. The MTO license application has been submitted and approved pending the completion of the third floor in the Matawa Wellness and Training Center. The program office, classroom, simulations labs will be on the third floor of the Matawa Wellness and Training Center located 523 Algoma Street North. Students can start the program once they've received their G1 license. Outcomes will be measured by communities having professionally trained G licensed drivers that are more employable, successful, and happy with their abilities to further their communities and provide for their families in whatever their chosen profession is or will be in the future. The KCAT's basic driving the KCAT's driving instructor program will need to secure funding for many years to come, as the basic employment need will be required for the foreseeable future. That's me. Thanks.
So what we will have the ability to do with this program is that we have those mobile simulators so that we have the vehicles right now. So what we're going to do is be taking those vehicles up the winter road to your communities, and then once we're there, then we'd be able to certify drivers in terms of they get their G1 driver's license. And I think that was always an issue that was addressed by you as the chiefs in terms of having individuals having their driver's license. So now that we would be able to do that in terms of during the winter time, as well as all seasons in terms of with Constance Lake Gunuguming, Aeroland, and 58. So, you know, we'd be able to start doing this in about a couple more weeks, I guess. Yeah, once we have the license, we'll be all over your communities, and then we'll be certifying your community members to get G1 driver's licenses. That's it.
They'll actually already have their G1 license. It'll just help speed the process for G2, as well as just get them properly trained driving.
So that's it for our presentation, and I look forward to traveling to all of your communities in the very near future, and just look for myself and my assistant's email, and then, yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you very much. I know it's very hot. It is very humid. If you need to step out, a resolution is needed for this. Resolutions on tab 3, 2024, number 06.
Under Resolution 2024-06, the acceptance of the reports of be it resolved that the delegates of the 36th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby accepts in principle that 2023-2024 written annual reports for KCATS and training services, employment and training services. The Harvesters Support Grant, the Indigenous Skills and Employment Training, KCATS Adult Education Program, Apprenticeship Program, Discovery House, Driver's Education, Wellness Strategy, Research and Development. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Chief Sonny Gagno, seconder. Lisa Meacham, Ginogaming. All in favor? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, Chief Ed Lucan, I wasn't ready for that. I wish to abstain from this resolution. Thank you.
Chief Adlogan? What are we doing? You want to do that?
That includes the board and board member and our corporation member, Charlie O'Keefe and Louis Askanigis. Thank you.
Yeah, I could.
Bourgeois? Chair? Over here. I just wanted to say, when you're doing a resolution, can you with for, against, and abstentions?
Abstentions, yes.
Can you make those clear?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry about that. We're going to do the last part. It is moved by Chief Sonny Gagno, Airline First Nation, seconded by Lisa Eacham, Ginogaming First Nation. Any call for abstentions?
So abstention by Louis Oskanagish.
Abstention by Louis Oskanagish. And Charlie O'Keefe.
Yamatong First Nation.
Yamatong First Nation.
Any other abstentions?
Any other abstentions?
I'm going to look around, I'll make sure any hands up. Okay. Okay, all in. Peter Munoz, Nishkanaga.
Peter Munoz, Nishkanaga. All in favor? Motion is carried.
Next agenda item. Can you?
Next on the agenda are the financial reports. Presentation of the financial reports and consolidated financial statements. Year ending March 31st, 2024. Preliminary reports will be done by Neil Miller and John Rackle.
Thank you. First, I'd like to express my gratitude for the invitation from Niskandiga First Nation to, for the Finance Department of Matawa First Nations Management to attend the AGM this year. I've already gained a few pounds, so especially thank the cooks and everybody. They're doing a fantastic job. Our chair introduced myself and John Racco, so I'll let John make his own introduction here as well.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Racco. I'm here on behalf of MNP as the external auditors of Matawa and its consolidated entities. I too would like to thank the chiefs and the directors of the various boards for the invitation to be here today at the AGM, and as well to Niskandiga First Nation for welcoming me and the hospitality this week. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Just to let for everybody, you'll see we just have the general slide showing right now. We've had an issue with the Finance Department presentation. It consists of quite a few slides, which will be summarizing the financial activity of the 12 Matawa accounting entities. And our IT staff is trying right now to get a good copy up for you. As they do that, I can start some of the presentation, and that's because there's more, just to provide some background to everyone here. And I would remind you that, sorry.
So we're going in this presentation with an incomplete presentation? Is that what we're saying right now? Or why go into this presentation if it's incomplete or not fully available? And then you're only giving us a half kind of a presentation.
Well,
when a presentation is supposed to be done.
So we're just having a technical issue right now with getting it on the screen, that's all.
If we could have the questions introduce yourself at the end of their presentations, please. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Rob. IT has done it again. Okay, here we go with the presentation from Matawa's Matawa First Nations Management Financial Department. Just a reminder that for reference, the Finance Department has prepared a report that's in your binder as well that talks about some of the purposes, et cetera, of the Matawa Finance Department, the personnel, number of staff, purpose, et cetera. So that's already in your binder. We will concentrate this afternoon primarily on just the financial reporting. So I regret to inform everyone here that the consolidated audits, which includes all 12 of the Matawa accounting entities, they are not available at this time for 2023 and 24. They are in progress. 2023 is expected to be finalized in mid-August. 2024 draft consolidated audit should be available by the end of August. Several reasons for this. Primarily some accounting and staffing issues on both sides from the auditors and from Matawa's finance department. And some accounting issues have again come up that have extended the period when we would normally have these, have the financial statements, the consolidated. We have the individuals ready and all done for 2023. And part of that was some issues with respect to accounting issues that required extended periods of review in that by the external auditors, and also some discussions in that with one of our funders in the consolidated area. And by doing that, by having that extension, we were able to get an allowance from CMHC for an additional or not an additional, but a carryover of $500,000 of surplus, which normally would have had to been repaid back to CMHC. But we were able to convince them to let it carry over into fiscal 2024. So that delay did benefit Matawa as a group by $500,000. So we'll start with the large company. As I mentioned, there's 12 accounting entities. We will go through most of them. There's 12 accounting entities, 10 of them of which are active. So just general observations, Matawa is still experiencing a tremendous growth. We now have a staff complement of 560 plus, and total combined revenue of all the reporting entities of $103 million. So the numbers you'll see here, they're preliminaries. These are the financial figures which have been the year-end financial numbers, which we will be, in this particular case here, we will be presenting to the auditors within the next week or so. All the other ones you will see have already been presented to the our external auditors, and they will be performing their auditing procedures. So we have in 2024, this is the Matawa First Nations Management itself, the core entity, and you'll see the increases and the comparisons with 2023, 2024. Second line from the bottom, and you'll see the result, where that's coming from, but the second line from the bottom, you'll see that our total equity, which is really...
And you? Yep. You can't find that report in there, binder or anything? What you presented?
It's not there, okay.
It's not there?
Oh. Okay, I've just been informed that the finance department, which is 2 or 3 pages, wasn't included in the in your binder and that, so we'll make sure we get that out to you. It was prepared, I'm not sure what happened with it. Yeah.
Okay. I know I'm not supposed to ask questions during the...
Okay. Okay. Yes, you'll see that the second line for, well, so I've gone to the statement of operations here, so you'll see that we're projecting a surplus, an excess of revenue over expenditures for the Matawa main company of $3.177 million.
I've still got my question. I didn't get a chance because the mics were not working. But now I have my question here. It's from the first slide. It says the audit was incomplete. And how could you make a resolution at the end of this audit report when it's incomplete and it's not completed? Why go through an audit process when, according to your first slide there, it says it's not ready? And you still have to add numbers, and so why report something when the whole delegation is not informed of the right audit until it's done in August? So how could you go make a resolution or pass something in the process and have incomplete data when moving forward through this audit report or this financial report? It's just a question I have, because you're making a resolution to be passed by chiefs and board members to say, according to your first slide, it's not going to be completed till August, end of August. So why enforce something on the delegation or the chiefs or the board members to say to complete something. So I just want that addressed before you go on with your financial statements.
Okay. No, yeah, yes, I can address it. There are always two parts to the financial statement process. One is doing the preliminary work that we do in the finance department, which is preparing all the accounting records and submit them to the auditors for audit. And then as part of that, they then complete the audit and consolidate everything into one financial statement. That statement, unfortunately, is not available right now. But we thought it's still important to see the preliminary results, the numbers that we will be sending to the auditors, and they just do their work and combine them, and then are able to do an audit and supply that audit opinion. So now this is, I think, my understanding is the reports that we will be asking, the resolution will just, at acceptance of the reports as presented right now, and then we will hopefully by the end of August have the audited financial statements ready for the chiefs and the board to approve the audit opinion. And then we'll have the auditor back to express the results of their review. So it's an informational issue, just like the other presentations. It's providing you some information now. It's not complete. The audit itself is a practical matter that we have to have completed primarily for reporting to Indigenous Services Canada as part of the operating agreements, and a lot of the other funders as well will require the audit. And so we will work diligently in the next month to get both 2023 and 24 done. And my understanding is from what we have seen so far that it will be, we're expecting a clean and unqualified opinion as well this year. We haven't seen anything in our work that would not lead us to have a cleaner and unqualified opinion.
No, the question I have was that previous AGMs, was it always this process? With how this process is running right now, or was all the audits, financial audits completed by then, by the AGM?
Yeah,
and I'm just trying.
Yeah, it is unusual. For example, we had a delays in, you're right, when I started 12 years ago as the finance manager, we were able to have the audited financial statements ready. In first few years, they were actually included in the annual report, which was printed 2 or 3 weeks before the AGM. With the growth of Matawa, it's just getting more complicated to complete the financial accounting by the deadline, which we've always had as the end of July, because that's ISC, or Indigenous Services Canada's deadline is July 29th of the year following, about 4 months later. So that's why we have...
Question.
Yep.
Can we hold our questions till after we're done with the presentations, please?
I don't think that's... I myself don't think that's wise to do that, because we're asking questions regarding the presentation. Then we're going to be voting to accept the report. I think that it's something that's needed to ask these questions, because I myself have a question that's legal. If you can present this full financial report you say it's incomplete, is that legal in terms of the corporate obligations you have right now? I'm asking that question right now for you to answer there, Mr. Financial Officer.
As I mentioned earlier, there are two parts to the audit. One is completing the accounting records for each of the entities, and when that happens, we provide them to the auditors. They do all the other compliance work. There might be some of we have not for-profit enterprises. We have special reports that go to the local DSAB, for example. So we've provided that information to the auditors. But so that the financial statement process, the closing process, has been completed. The next step is the completion of the audit, where the auditors come in and apply their procedures to, at the beginning of all of the reports, they provide their audit opinion, results of their audit examination of all of the accounting records. That is what, say, even the Royal Bank, ISC, that's what they require, is the audited statements. So you're quite right that what we're providing, the information we're providing now is for information purposes only. We thought it would be important that you see how Matawa has done with the auditor's report will just verify what you're going to see here. We don't expect that there will be any significant or material changes to what you're seeing here.
My point is, this is an incomplete report. I mean, a report that's not finished. I'm just saying, I think there's a legal question that should be answered by a lawyer. This is a corporate meeting right now, and you're asking this board of directors and members here of the corporation to accept this incomplete accounting report audit.
Yeah, my understanding is, again, the resolution is not asking an acceptance of the auditor's report. That is normally what we ask at the AGM, is the acceptance of the auditor's report. Today, we're asking your acceptance of the financial information for the 12 reporting entities as presented in the slides that we'll go through. That is a separate, it's incomplete in that the audit is incomplete, but not the accounting and the numbers that make up that we provide this information to the auditors. They combine it all the 12 entities into one financial report, and that's all at ISC and the Royal Bank and other funders. That's what they require. But for some of them, for example, the health co-op, we will go through the information here. They're a separate corporate entity. We have asked the auditors, you'll see the information that we've presented to the auditors. You will see that we've discussed with the auditors to have that audit for the co-op completed as soon as possible, and that audit will be provided to the funder.
Still, the corporate documents, the corporate papers say that you have to present at this time and point right now, annual general assembly, you have to present an audited report, a complete audited report.
Yes, and unfortunately, we're not able to do that at this time.
So we're not fulfilling the corporate mandate, the financial mandate of the corporate members of this table right now. So I don't think that's legal.
I'm going to ask David Paul to say a few words.
Okay, I think if I could explain it, what Neil is trying to do is present a preliminary or a draft statement of what the audit is going to look like. It's like you said, there'll probably be no change at all in the numbers, because what we need to do is take that information, the draft audit, back to the auditors, and they will review it, say, okay, that's correct, it's okay, good to go, and then it will be formally approved thereafter, I guess, from the Matawa First Nations Management Board thereafter. But what we want to present is to the membership, as much as possible, what the financial statements look like for March 31st, 2024. So the final audit will more than likely be the same. That's all we wanted to say, and so we just wanted to present the, rather than kind of get everybody all together again and present the same thing. Probably the final audit will contain the same information. Yeah.
We'll go on forth with our presentations by Neil and Rackle.
Thanks.
And if we can hold our questions at the end of the presentation,
Okay.
Thank you.
So now I'll go through fairly quickly just because it's just summarized information that you're getting. The financial statements will be in more detail. the finals. So Achieving the Dream Through Education, it was formerly the Matawa First Nations Education Authority. This is a registered charity run primarily through the Education Department. And so you'll see, here's the balance sheet. I still call it that. It's a statement of financial position showing the assets and liabilities of Achieving the Dream. And here's the operating results. So for fiscal 2024, it's the excess of revenue. So it's a positive operating result of 18,300 versus 31,000 surplus the year before. Four Rivers Inc. So some of these you will have already heard the narrative presentations by the various managers. For example, Four Rivers Inc. is the responsibility of the Four Rivers manager. So some financial highlights here of some of the acquisitions during the year of capital assets, snowmobiles, trailers, the service contracts that Four Rivers Inc. does. I should mention to you as well, we have Four Rivers Inc., but there are also some programs that are managed by the Four Rivers Group that are funded through Matawa First Nations Management. So in the first slide, that's what you were seeing. There's Four Rivers Inc. for contractual reasons. Four Rivers Inc. also does have some contracts. As you'll see here, there's the total the balance sheet, if you will, again. So total equity is 250,000 in the negative. Was 219,000 in the prior year. It's the second line from the bottom. And this is what's happened in the current year is the contributions or revenue of 348,000, some allocations of the accounting treatment for deferred revenue, resulting in an excess of, well, in this case, an excess of expenses over revenue of about $31,000 versus $11,000. This is typical of some of the operations for Matawa, where while it's experiencing a deficit or an operating loss this current year, I believe it's the chief's intention of the board and that to keep this going. It's a worthwhile enterprise, and we do our best from year to year to make sure that to try and ensure profitability of that enterprise. Gathering of Rivers for Community Care is another registered charity that Matawa runs. One of the issues this year, or we got some funding, and we're going to get, I think it's about $2 million a year over the next 5 years from the MasterCard Foundation. In order to qualify for that funding, they said you have to have it run through a registered charity. So we are using the registered charity of Gathering of Rivers for the operations of the MasterCard Foundation. So we received $1.15 million in the fiscal 2024. We're not able to spend it much. It helped with Matawa's cash flow. So you'll see here that we had cash and other investments, and then total equity has increased. So that the operations of the Gathering of Rivers, contributions from the MasterCard Foundation, and Carol Odette, our communications coordinator, indicated earlier that the raffles and that are being held within Matawa. So that's the other revenue of $76,000 of raffle type revenue that which is going to allow Matawa or the registered charity here to do some expenditures primarily in the education area as well. I mentioned in an earlier slide there was the contributions from MasterCard, but we only spent a bit of it, so you'll see the allocation to deferred revenue to carry over to the next year. So we have quite a bit in the bank to use to again accomplish the goals net of the MasterCard Foundation funding. Matawa First Nations property, this is the owned land and buildings on 233 Court Street South, the main offices for Matawa. The net book value, the depreciated value of the land and buildings is $774,000. We got for purposes of Matawa's financing that we had it appraised this past year, and it came in at an appraised value of $3.4 million. So, and that was an increase of about double what it was 6 years ago. So it was a wise investment by the chiefs and the board and that to purchase this property. It's our property manager, Tom Friday, does a great job in maintaining it, and he maintained the value to the point that it's worth 5 or 6 times what its book value is. The book value being its depreciated value. As I mentioned earlier, there's the results for the Matawa Health Cooperative, Inc. You heard the earlier presentation, so now here's the financial results. So you'll see that they have a separate balance sheet. They will have their own separate audit. It's not consolidated. These numbers will be consolidated into the entire Matawa group of the 12 entities. So this is one of them, but it gets a separate financial statement, and these numbers are used to do reporting to the Ministry of Health and that as well for the various departmental programs that they run. So you'll see a small loss this year of $140,000. Part of that loss is determined just through accounting treatments and that as well. So they still have, I'll just go back to the previous slide, that even though there's a loss, you'll see they still have in the first column, second number from the bottom, they still have a positive equity of $200,000. As I normally will say around this time as well, that most of the Matawa entities are not-for-profit organizations, so they're not really expected to generate a surplus. If there is a surplus, the question could be, well, why haven't they spent all the money? So in the total revenue, for example, of $7.6 million, they haven't spent all of the revenue that they generated in this last year. So you can see virtually all the financial statements are showing significant growth on the revenue side. And so increases in revenue, there's increases in cost. Matawa First Nations or nonprofit housing corporation, we currently are operating 50 low-income housing units, and we have plans in place to acquire 60 more units. The interesting part of this is that they will be acquired at no cost, and our housing manager is working on getting funding from CMHC to upgrade all those units, and that again as a grant, not as a loan or anything. So, and the important part to note on the 60 additional units is that we expect to be able to designate them to be pretty much 100% for Matawa members. So there are plans in place and internal and studies and consultation with the communities as to what would you like us to do with it. It's 4 separate buildings, 3 16-unit buildings and 1 12-unit, 1 bedroom and bachelor units. We're looking at a transition for people, say, even attending the KCATS training courses, youth in crisis, elders as well. So once we do acquire those units, we're looking against doubling the amount of housing that we have for Matawa members. So there's the balance sheet financial statement, second number from the bottom. You'll see an increase in the equity. Again, it's a nonprofit housing corporation, so we not only do we have a surplus of $400,000 accumulated in prior years, but included in the liabilities are about $200,000 to $300,000 in a rainy day fund, a capital reserve fund for future repairs and replacements. So you could really see that equity is probably in the $600,000 to $700,000 range. And again, they're showing the surplus for the year of $39,000. The Training and Wellness Center. Let's go through my slides here. There's an increase in the assets in the Training and Wellness Center because while we have tenants in there, we have a Washashi-Wichi-Hiwewan, the social service agency, it's in there. And K-Kits has got part of its operations in there, and we hope to, within the next year, complete the renovations and that for the building to finally provide a suitable accommodation for the Matawa Health Cooperative. So you'll see there that we have at the Matawa Training and Wellness Center capital assets. So the total costs incurred to date at March 31st is 30, in the second line from the top there on the first column, $34.2 million that we've expended so far on the construction of the wellness center. Total budget's going to be approximately $40,000 to $45,000. And there's a small excess again of expenses over revenue in the first year because we do have the tenants that are in there now are paying rent, so we're receiving rent of about $900,000. The total operating expenses, well, it's because everything on there is capital pretty much until the project is what's called substantially completed. When it's substantially completed, then it all just becomes a capital asset. So there are some minor operating losses in that right now as we still complete construction. Costs of heating and that are still high because of the construction seasons. And as well, I think everyone is aware that Kikinogama, KCATS, is also part of the Matawa group and it's consolidated. Its operating results are consolidated into the operating results for Matawa. So you will see in the balance sheet, pretty healthy balance sheet of $6 million at March 31st, 2024, cash and other assets, sorry. Capital assets, there's only minimal assets. It's, again, it's an operating and training facility. So we can see there that you'll see, again, the revenue has increased for KCATS from $10 million in 23 to $11 million in 2024. Right now we're experiencing a slight loss, again, subject to audit, of about $149,000. There could be one of the, again, the reasons for not having the audited statements ready, the consolidated, is finalizing some of the numbers. We are having ongoing discussions with one of the prospective funders for KCATS. Basically, I guess in the long story short is they haven't paid their bills. So, and we'll be working with the auditors to get that resolved. So there may be a big bad debt expense going through in this particular entity if we have to write off that big receivable from a funder that basically isn't coming through. We don't anticipate, we've had discussions already with the auditors. I can maybe put John on the spot here, that given all the other operating results, again, one of the reasons we wanted to present some financial information is there is a potential loss, accounting loss for KCATS. If it gets consolidated, would that have an impact on the clean audit opinion for the consolidated statements? So I'll backtrack a bit. Even the audit, if the audit determines that there is a substantial operating loss in KCATS, doesn't necessarily mean that it won't get a clean audit opinion. It'll just be the accounting is, just because you have an operating loss doesn't mean you're not operating effectively, especially if it's one particular incident. And we anticipate in the whole picture that any potential loss, even in KCATS, would not have a significant impact on the consolidated net income of Matawa. Therefore, it will receive a clean, unqualified audit opinion. And last but not least, Rapid Links Telecommunications Inc. This is a separate entity that was incorporated many years ago at the start of the broadband project to assume at some future date the operations. You heard earlier from Clear Cable that's been hired to work on the logistics of setting up the billing process and getting fiber to the home and the billing process. But right now everything in there is capital and hopefully to be completed within the next year to year and a half, and that's both phase 1 and 2. My number was $130 million, I believe. Wayne Slipperjack was saying earlier, it's about $132 million, the total cost of the project. Again, all of it is capital. There's no operating. Every nickel that is spent is going towards capital. So in $130 million, you can see here in this slide that we have total expenditures to date on phase 1 and phase 2 of $64 million out of the $130 million. And it's treated accounting-wise as a deferred capital contribution. We'll start to write it down once what I call we flip the switch and the system is operating, then we have to start recording revenue and then depreciating the assets. And that's where Clear Cable will come in on the logistics of that, because it's a telecommunications company. So again, this is for Rapid Links, but right now all the operations are being run through Matawa First Nations Management. That was a requirement of the two funders, which is Connect to Innovate and also ISED, and also now it's the Ministry of Mines that is on the provincial side. So this program is fully funded. There will be no capital input that Matawa will have to make on this, even though people have heard of cost overruns and that on phase 1, but there are negotiations and discussions. We've kept with all of these programs, Matawa and the broadband project, we've always kept the funders informed. We're very transparent and accountable. We let them know if there's delays or that we're going to, for the case of broadband, if we're going to need more funding, we let them know, and they're working with us to obtain that additional funding for potential cost overrun in phase 1. And open for questions.
Chief Bruce.
It would have been, I asked a question, and it was a legal question. It would have been good to have a lawyer present here at this corporate meeting, since we're dealing with some legal issues, and none is available. You can't answer my question on if you can pass. I know you can pass this resolution that says you got an incomplete report, that it's going to be fixed up later. I know you can pass that resolution all you want, but what I'm saying is, with the corporate papers, aren't you mandated to pass a resolution that has the audit complete right now at this present meeting? So you're not a lawyer, so you can't answer that, right?
No, I'm not a lawyer, but it's a statement of fact. What you just said, we are not, the chief counsel and the membership is not able to approve an audited financial statement because it's not available. That's the bottom line.
I know you're telling me this, and I'm telling you that, and we both accept what we're telling each other. What I'm saying is a legal question. That legal question of whether you can accept a report later, a full report later, when there's no general assembly. So you can't answer that.
No, that I believe you're correct. That is a legal question.
Yeah, that's right. And I think I'll be abstaining from this report, this presentation. My other question is regarding the consolidation of the audits. you know, you're telling me you're going to consolidate the audit with other corporations. How are you going to do that? How are you going to consolidate other corporations? Corporations are their own bodies, their own separate entities. So it's another legal question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Bruce. Anything you want to add?
No, I think that Chief Bruce covered it well. It's a legal question, probably not a question for me to answer. Just in terms of from our point of view as auditors, I will be seeking the opportunity to present our auditor's report to those charged with governance, being the chiefs and the Matawa board, before we issue our audit report. That's a requirement that will need to be done before anything is approved. These are, of course, internal unaudited financial statements that Neil just went through. In terms of the consolidation process and consolidating the entities that are either controlled by Matawa or the chiefs or the board of directors, I think, and Neil and I spoke about this in depth, I think it needs to be analyzed and a new focus on what the governance structure looks like to ensure that the entities, and that's of course one of the steps and one of the issues with the delay in the audit is looking at those entities again and determining the governance structure and which entities should be consolidated. We've obviously looked at it in depth prior to this fiscal year end, but of course there's changes every year that we need to analyze. So that will be one step in the audit before issuing the audit report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, the reports. Joe Baxter back there.
Bonjour. When in Dijanana got to end on Gaishibi got take away. Resolution got the Jinja got take. Whereas Gaishibi got take that the Articles of Incorporation Matawa First Nation management comply with Section 172.1 of the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. I mean, what this and Gani and Akubi got take at auditors, Tajinjigate auditors. Wait to say Nile Kita Jindanga. This is not an auditor's report, but we're talking auditors here. So, Tajinjigate on the consolidated financial statements for the Matawa year end March 31, 2024. Like will not be available for review. And here we are, as a Ginanaga Twab and Diamond, we're reviewing them. And you know, I'm starting to, hasn't there in this Tutawa Chief Bruce as even Eskam got the Jindang? And meet the Sumami no guys, matches guys, Ujibi got take, therefore be resolved, guys, be got take that. Review and approval of the auditor's report on the consolidated financial statements of Matawa year-end March 31, 2024 is deferred. And guys, in this Tutaman, therefore, audit 2023 has been deferred. Te buena? Is that correct?
Yes, that
okay,
is correct.
So we're 2 years behind, Ajay. Me good. Until further notice, as you be got P gigi jigak chinando kenjiga take a P, you know, can you gonna gabo watch board of directors guys you be all gonna watch. Like a meeting date and time to be determined by the board of directors. And then Minota Shanishi be got and hereby authorizes the board of directors to work with the Matawa administration to expedite the completion of the annual audit. And going like I don't understand that thing to be determined by the board of directors and hereby authorize the board of directors. Which board of directors are authorizing which board of directors to do this?
My understanding would be the Board of Directors of Matawa First Nations Management.
And they're directing the Matawa Board of Directors to do that? That's how I understand this, like going in this tutazin. There seems to be two set of Board of Directors, how this is worded. That's how I understand it, Neem. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Yeah, my understanding, it's the Chiefs Council resolution authorizing the Matawa First Nations Management Board of Directors to approve the audited financial statements when ready and available for review and final approval.
Okay, and then the Board of Directors of Matawa Inc. is to work with you and the administration to get this expedited.
I'll get David Paul to answer your questions.
Okay. What's happened in the past in regards to the audit, it's presented to the Matawa. It's presented first, usually in the middle of July, before the AGM. It's presented to the Matawa First Nations Management Board of Directors, the consolidated audit. So they review it with the auditors, Neil, and then from there, the Board of Directors will approve the audit, okay? But what we're doing at the general meeting is we're presenting our annual report. So the audit, usually the audit would have been approved already, all right? So when we come to the AGM, everything would have been approved by the Matawa Management Board, the audit, everything. So what we do to the AGM is we just report that this is our financial audit for the fiscal year, all right? So at this time, we're not at that stage where we have an approved, signed audit by the Matawa First Nations Management Board. So what we're doing is just providing information only at this time, what will the audit look like, okay? So sometime when the audit is done to the, sometime the end of August, I guess, around there, and it will be presented to the Matawa First Nations Management Board for their formal approval. All right? Okay, that's what.
Chief Chris Munoz.
Yeah. Miigwech, Chair, for recognizing me. I don't know, it's very confusing, and I don't think I can make any informed decision right now. Is there a timeline of when the audit will be complete?
Like I say, we're hoping we're in the last stages now of.
But that's all we hear. We're hoping.
Yeah. Well, the
Is
middle
there
of
a
August.
set timeline, or I mean, that's all we hear all the time. Even when I ask my board representative, and say that's all he hears is we're hoping. We're going to complete it then. We're going to complete it here. We're going to complete it now, or whatever. You know, that's all we get. We don't get the and. I don't know. I don't know if I would be able to support any resolution at this time because of the fact that it's always getting. I mean, we're getting different dates, or even no date at all. It's just hopes. I mean, I don't know if I can make any informed decision myself.
David?
I don't know what others feel.
Well, let me make, like you said, this is pretty well the final draft. It has to go to the auditors. They review it and make sure that everything is all in accordance with our agreements with the funders. And from there, it will be presented to the Matawa First Nations Management Board, the consolidated audit, to review and approve that consolidated audit. So and then from there it will be final, okay? Like I said before, it's by now at the AGM, you would have presented to you a final approved audit by Matawa First Nations Management Board. It's already been done and approved. So all we're doing, presenting is the final, we're just doing the annual report to the to the members. That's what we're doing, okay? So, so I can tell you, I'll work, we can get it presented to the Matawa First Nations Management Board, the consolidated audit, before the end of August. I promise you that, okay?
Thank you very much, David Paul. Chief Applicant.
I'm getting confused here with all the explanations are different. My board tells me, my board member tells me they haven't reviewed the audit yet, as presented today. So why are we looking at it today if they have not approved the audit yet for presentation or looked at it for presentation for the chiefs? And now, does that go back to the board after it's complete and then present it to the chiefs?
Okay, so so the final draft of the audit is
It's
being
not done yet, right?
reviewed by the auditors right now, okay? And then once they will present, they will give it back to the Matawa Finance and say, okay, it's all good to go, present it to the Matawa First Nations Management Board for their formal approval. That's the consolidated audit. Other audits like Matawa Health Co-op, KKS, whatever, they've been pretty well done, right? Does that understand?
Yep,
They've been done already. They already approved. What we're presenting to the memberships here is the consolidated audit. So it's all right. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. I still don't totally understand because there's so many stages where it's going, which I didn't know at all myself initially. But now I have some measure of idea how it's going to be presented.
I can tell you next year we're not going to get into this again. We'll get the audit done before the AGM.
Judy Desmolin.
Good afternoon. Okay, went off again. Okay. What does Section 172(1) of the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporation Act say? It says like financial statement, but does it specify what kind of financial statements are to be presented at an annual meeting? Is it an audit, or is what Neil presented okay? Like, does it say specifically?
Okay. Yeah, my understanding of the, again, if it references to financial statements, there's recent revisions to the Nonprofit Act. We had the lawyers draft up our compliance and that as Matawa, because Matawa First Nations Management and Nonprofit Housing Corp, they all have to comply with that. When it references financial statements, depending on the size, there are various different thresholds. Like you could have a nonprofit organization like we do, for example, the two charities are also nonprofit organizations, but they do not require even a financial statement to be done, or if a financial statement is required, it goes to with a registered charity return. If it was a small, Matawa First Nations Property Inc. is actually a profit-oriented business, but it doesn't require an audit because it doesn't meet certain size thresholds. It has to file a corporate tax return, but it doesn't have to have its books audited. We'd have to look further into, again, size, descriptions and that of the thresholds and that for it. But that's one of the reasons why we do have our auditors involved in the consolidated statements, is to ensure that we are in compliance, and we have our lawyers look at it as well to make sure that Matawa is in compliance with legislation if it's that particular section of the Act 179.1. And I'd like to say we went through that several years ago, making sure that all of our nonprofit organizations within Matawa did comply and are compliant now. And that's where the auditors come in, of making sure that we file information, returns, et cetera.
Chair. Can I suggest, I know people see the delegates seem to be a little leery about passing a resolution where there's no final audit. Why don't we just table that audit and we'll finish the audit and we'll present it to the Matawa First Nations Management Board, consolidate it, and then we'll report back to the chiefs the final audit once it's all signed and good. Okay?
Smart move.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, I'm not a lawyer or anything, but we're just, the organization is presenting financial statements. But there is an auditor here that's presenting whatever he's presenting. He's the auditor, and he's presenting financials to delegates here. I'm not sure what kind of legalities there are in this process, in this procedure that we're going forward. That this is one of the things that we should have seen before as chiefs and board of directors, that they should have looked at it before the presentation. That's a part of the process or the procedures that's supposed to be in place. But yet we don't get these types of procedures in papers like this that we can review on an annual basis type of thing. So I'm not sure what kind of implications there will be, because I'm not like a lawyer kind of guy. If we pass it or if we abstain from it, what kind of impact is it going to make with the auditors and whatever kind of thing. That's just...
Chair.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. As you know, in the past, we had Marcel Gagnon, that was our auditor, the partner at MNP. He's retired at the end of May, and John is the new partner that's taking care of our Matawa First Nations Management audit. So he's here to learn and to meet with the, so that you can meet them and see him, that who he is. He's not here to, to ascertain as to if the audit is a go or not. He's here for information as well, to learn. So there's not going to be no, we're not trying to move something we pass you guys. All it is just we're doing information here for now. And then maybe table the resolution, don't bother with it. And then we'll, once the auditors have undertook their role, responsibility, their what they need to do, and then they can present the audit to the Matawa First Nations Management Board of Directors for their formal review and approval at that stage. Like you said, that's how it was done in the past. The Matawa First Nations Management Board reviewed and approved the audit, and then they presented to the AGM. So, all right? So this is for information only right now. There's nothing, we're not trying to pass anything or this time, okay?
Last question, please. Chief Rick.
Okay, Miigwech. Again, we're an organization that's so big now, and we don't have time to learn on the fly. That's one answer that I heard. We cannot learn going on the fly here and saying this is somebody new coming in. We're an organization so big that this audit should have been completed, and now we're 2 years back. But I'm just saying that's just my comment on what the CEO just said. But then, and just due respect to the time that we're here, we have elders that are here that have been sitting in the heat. I just want to be respectful to them and the youth and everybody that's sitting around this delegation. Maybe we just bypass this next step and then we go on to the next phase of it, whatever we go to, when the audit's going to be presented, the true audit, because we're 2 years back. But I just, in recognition of the time, and I know the activities that are going to be planned, that everybody's hungry, it's heated. We're kind of heated right now and kind of upset, but I think we just bypass this next stage in moving forward. But then this could be reported to the chiefs at our next meeting that we have with a complete audit for 2023 to 2000. I think we're 2 years back, if I'm correct. We cannot let that happen again, because as I said, we're not a Mickey Mouse organization anymore, where we're only dealing with single digits budgets. We're at, you see, one budget is 130 million. So we have to get this order in place. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Chief Callan. This presentation is tabled. We're going to move forward to the agenda. The next presenter we have is Matawa Review, Makwate. Our presenters will be Maya Inkster and Isaac Wapachi. They're going to quickly run through it. It will be 10 minutes or less, and we'll have one more resolutions to pass. David Paul is going to take the mic for a second.
Okay. But the chiefs are aware what we're doing. Some time ago, the chiefs back in December, I believe, 2023, directed that Matawa First Nations management undertake a review of the whole organization. And from there, they established a committee of 2 chiefs and 2 board of directors that were to lead the process leading to the selection of the firm that's going to do the review. So since that time, we undertook all that work, and we presented to the to the Matawa First Nations Management Board on the review. So the cost for the review right now is going to be at about $250,000. Probably more than likely it's going to take a year, and probably the report was not going to be presented till 2025 AGM, which is going to be in Ireland. That's where we're going to have our next AGM. So we just wanted to introduce the firm that's going to do the review, and that's all we're doing today. And they're here to also to meet and see the chiefs, and from there we're going to undertake the review. Okay, guys, go ahead.
Is it on? Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you, and thank you so much for having us here. We've really excited about the project, and we've cut down our slide deck to keep this really brief and short, as we know we're hot. It's at the end of the day. So, brief introduction. My name is Maya Inkster. I'm here with Isaac. We've come to you from Mokwate. So, Matawa has engaged with Mokwate to perform a review of MFN Management Corporation. So what we will be doing is we'll be working with the chiefs and board of directors to perform a review of all of Matawa's departments as well as corporations. So over the next year, we'll be engaging with the departments, with community. Hold on 1 second here. Well, I can probably just talk about it anyway. So we'll be doing a systematic review where we'll be starting off with data collection, data analysis, moving on to engagement with the departments, and then into communities. Summarizing it all up, we'll have a final report that will be presented with our findings. So part of that will be financial, systematic, process, policy reviews. And just to let you know, we did cut our slide deck down quite a bit, but we will be sharing the deck with everyone. So, okay. Okay, here, thank you. Okay, so here's our project team. Give you a brief description. JP Gladot is our principal. JP is from Sandy Point First Nation, a real leader in bridge building between First Nations and corporations. Myself, I'm an advisor in Indigenous governance with a background in financial policy as well as lands management and taxation. Isaac is a senior consultant with us, worked for his nation, developing different education programs, and we've got a strong team of advisors as well. Nikkei and Kat will be supporting us in the background. Our methodology to inform, we stand by the OCAP considerations, so all data collected, we respect Indigenous sovereignty of data collection, so all data collected will be at the rights of the nations, the citizens, and Matawa First Nations Corporation. I kind of went over the goal a little bit as well. You know, we've highlighted and heard today that there's been drastic growth within Matawa Corporation itself. So the board of directors as well as chiefs has requested a review to ensure effective delivery and to maximize the benefits down to the community members. 2 parts to the project: data collection, analysis and findings, and reports and recommendations. Part 2, we'll be working with the board of directors and chiefs for the approval of the report with directions for implementation of the recommendations that come out of the data analysis. Go over this really highly. We're going to start with an assessment of current structures. So over the next couple months, we'll be doing data requests, reviewing organizational processes. We'll be moving then into engagement, where we'll engage with all the Matawa corporations, as well as the chiefs, boards of directors, and coming to each of the communities as well to discuss the services provided. Then we will move into the data analysis and collection, where we'll synthesize all the information and develop a final report, as well as an implementation roadmap. Scope of review, again, we'll be doing all of the Matawa departments and corporations, as well as the First Nations governments and communities. Proposed timeline. So we are in a bit of a tight deadline. A year looks like a while, but as we know, Matawa is quite large. So we're starting off running with the project initiation. So that's part of us being here today. We've heard a lot from everyone and so grateful for the opportunity. Then moving into the engagement aspects, probably through August to December, January, probably into the spring. With our final report, we're hoping to be here at the next AGM with a report. So our next steps, where we are right now, is we'll be reaching out, looking to identify community liaisons to help coordinate engagements, scheduling kickoff meetings with board of directors, chiefs council, and department heads. And then with the support of Matawa Review Committee, we'll be starting to finalize the comprehensive work plan and engagement strategy. My question, thank you. Again, our PowerPoint will be coming out, but. Whew.
Did that all in one breath.
Right?
Very impressed.
Thank you very much.
My God. Hi, Chika. This one's yours? That's our laptop. Okay. Oh, that's yours. I got yours. Sorry, thank you. And was this my stick thing?
David Paul.
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know, you guys are going to be around for the next couple of days. So if you want to talk to them, they're here, okay? You got you.
We only have a resolution. Lastly, we only got a few minutes of your time left, so.
This is a resolution found on your tab 3, Resolution 2024, number 8, regarding of acceptance of Airland First Nation to host the 37th Annual General Meeting. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 36th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nation Management designate Airland First Nation as the host community for the 37th Annual General Meeting on July 29, 30, and 31 of 2025. Can I get a mover and a seconder?
Okay. Robert Munoz, Martin Falls.
Robert Munoz, Martin Falls. Seconder. I can't say the first name. Okamaka, Sugarhead, Nibenamik, First Nation. And any oppositions? Abstentions? All in favor? Motion carried.
We thank you for bearing with us this afternoon. It is very hot. We're going to cancel the board meeting. Those of you, the board meeting's canceled.
Before we leave, there's a fishing and a boat ride for $150 if you guys want to.